unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Today, we are covering a case that we have not covered before. So if you don't know anything about the case, it's completely okay. We are going to be going back to the beginning, covering it up until everything that we know currently. And then I will give you guys some information about what's scheduled for the future. So if you don't know anything about it, it's absolutely okay. Our friend over at Critical True Crime is covering this case very in depth and put a shout out to the rest of us and was like, hey, you guys want a good case that is absolutely interesting and is very divided amongst like social media groups. There's the group that absolutely believes she's guilty and the group that absolutely believes she is innocent. And then there's those like me who are always like, you know, she's innocent until she's proven guilty regardless. So let's look at the facts and see what there is. So I'm going to walk you guys through the whole case. So thank you guys for being here with me. And I appreciate it as always. So let me say hi to you guys in chat really quick, and then we're going to get started. Put a 1 in chat if you know the case that I'm going to be talking about tonight. Her name is Sarah Grace Patrick from, it could be, I don't know about a new Delphi, but I mean, it's definitely rabbit holes. I've been down the rabbit holes since Critical True Crime was like, hey, you guys need to look at this. And I was like, all right, here I am. I'm going to do it. If you guys have heard of the case, Sarah Grace Patrick, from Georgia, she was 16 years old when her mother and stepfather were killed, and she has been arrested and charged with their murder. One, because of okay, so quite a few guys. 2, if you've never heard of it. If you have no idea what the hell I'm going to be talking about, and you're just like, all right, I'm here because I want to learn and figure out what's going on. Critical True Crime's like, obviously, a 1. Lab rants, okay? Hi, Post-Punk Mama. Hey, Lynn. I'm here for y'all, not the murder for once. No way. Shbugs, let me just tell you, when you start listening to it, you're going to be here for the case. I promise you. You're going to be like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, something doesn't make sense here. Hi, Indiana girl. Only because I did a quick search last night after seeing the thumbnail. Just here for the tea, baby. What's up, true crime fan? Same for you. Once you start digging into it, you're gonna be like, okay. So I know this case is not like uber popular on social media, which is fine. I don't care about that. But what I will tell you guys right now is this case, when it does go to trial, people are going to be trying to figure out all the history and what happened. And like, was this, you know, a girl that actually killed her parents, or is this an innocent girl that they're totally railroading because they want to solve a crime? Thomas, what's up? Check out my review of the HTC episode. There's the toe. It's like Max Headroom. Yes, I think Thomas is correct on that. And no one is talking about it. It's actually kind of crazy that nobody's talking about it. It's rabbit holes after rabbit holes. So for people who like to watch, especially my channel, that's what we do. We live down the rabbit hole. So I mean, you're going to end up there. What's going on here, Gray Space? Dun dun dun. And just for everybody that's following all of the HTC drama, she's dipped her thumb toe into this case on a very opposite side, or a very I should say, she's already on the guilty camp. The girl's not gone to trial, evidence isn't out there, and HTC's like, she's guilty. Next thing you know, Dr. John's going to be like, she's a psychopath, and I have diagnosed her. So yeah, she's already dipped her big thumb toe in there. Oh, did you? I haven't watched that, Mav. I'll have to watch it. I'm just checking chat real quick. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, Harry Potter's beard. It's the thumb. Let's talk about, is the sheriff spokesperson's chin? So bad. So bad, Mav. Hey, love fool. Hi, Lynn. What's up, Keith? Hey, Jessica. All violets. Belly Mayday. Frida Bird. Hi, Karen. Hi, Sean. Is this Happy Amy? Amy says 1, but don't ask me details. That's okay. No worries. So what's up, Crime Ghost? What's up, Bo? All right, give everybody a chance to get in here. Like I said, I know that this case isn't like well known across social media, but I can guarantee you the sleuths that follow this channel that love the rabbit holes, you guys are going to be like, ooh, what do we have here? Critter Mama. If I definitely watch it if I like boobs. I have my own. I have my own boobs, Mav. Yeah, I probably never will say thumbnail again. It's just going to always be a mess. Shocker. Lauren thinks she's guilty. Okay. What's up, Sony? I've heard nothing about this. Okay, let me share my screen with you guys, and we will get started. So first things first, I'm going to give you guys the general synopsis of what transpired, and then I'll give you what the prosecution, or I probably give you what the prosecution believes transpired from what we know publicly, and then I'll tell you more about what the defense is claiming happened or is suggesting happened. And then we'll dig into like some court documents and things on social media that are, I believe, relevant to the case. Lynn, I agree with you. I agree with you. Okay. So this is Sarah Grace Patrick, who was 16 at the time of the crime, of her alleged crime, but there was definitely a crime. I mean, something definitely happened in the house. She was 16 at the time. It happened on February 20th of 2025. Could be February 19th in the very later minutes of the day, but we'll get to that. So it's so she's 16, she's 17 now, and she is being charged with the murder of her, I was telling you guys at the beginning of this, of her mother and her stepfather. So this is Kristen and James. He goes by Jamie Brock. Gonna eat. Okay. Hold on, let me turn this off really quick. Okay. So on February 20th at about 7:15 in the morning, Sarah's younger sister, we're just going to call her Jay. We'll just call her Jay because she's 5, and I don't want to get into people getting all pissed off about that, but we'll just call her Jay. Her name starts with a J. She, at 7:15, Jay finds her mom and dad dead in their master bedroom of their home. She goes to her sister, Sarah, freaking out, obviously, because this is very traumatizing, I'm sure, for a 5-year-old. And Sarah gets up and calls the police and has the police come. So the prosecution believes that at some point on the 19th going into the 20th, that Sarah took a gun, unknown gun at this point, took a gun, went into her parents' bedroom and shot them both point blank while they were sleeping, went back to her room, laid down, waited for her 5-year-old sister to go find her parents, and then called 911 and acted like a victim. So they believe that she actually committed the murders and just hung out like it was okay to be there. Like nothing was going on. So the defense believes that Sarah was just in her room. She did not hear anything, and that some third party broke into the home and killed the mom and the stepdad. And that's really what they're going to be going for. So let's kind of get into some details about it. Oh, Lynn, you have heard this? Okay. Thank you, Indiana girl. Look at you getting back in the saddle. Britt, is it? What's up, BB? This is the case I was thinking about. I'm so glad you were covering this. Shit, my phone's ringing. Give me a second, you guys. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so the prosecution states, Sarah's 16. She goes into the parents' bedroom and shoots both of her parents point blank, and then just acts like, like she didn't have anything to do with it. They believe this because of what happens after the crime, which I'm going to show you guys a few of those things. But she's very big on social media. She's 16. So obviously, she's, using TikTok and everything else. So she's on TikTok posting videos of herself crying and talking about the loss of her parents and things like that. But then she takes it a step further and she starts reaching out to TikTok true crime creators. So if you guys follow true crime on TikTok, you'll probably be very familiar with this case because it's actually more popular over on TikTok than it is on YouTube. So she reaches out to multiple, at least 2, TikTok true crime creators and says, hey, like, you guys need to cover this case. It's my mom, my stepdad. This is what happened. And, I didn't hear anything. I didn't know that anything had happened. I slept through the gunshots. I didn't know anything was going on. But you guys should cover this case because it's going to get you like a ton of views. So cover it and make a bunch of money, essentially. Well, the defense turns around and says, well, no, that's not necessarily what happened, is because she's underage, number one, and her father is not the next of kin because her father's no longer married to her mother. And that means nobody is getting any information on that side of the family about the investigation. Nobody's telling them anything. So as this 16 turning 17-year-old goes, hey, I watch this stuff and I'm going to reach out to these people and see if they can get, start digging into the case and maybe they'll be able to uncover something. Well, this is a huge issue for the prosecution because the prosecution thinks that's part of the reason that she's guilty is because she's looking for the attention. That's part of her, what they would consider motive, is that she wants the attention of committing this crime and wants to be, the center of attention on social media. So she does this, and then she starts reaching out to people on YouTube to cover it. She did reach out to people on YouTube too, but mostly on TikTok. So I don't know. So you guys, I mean, I have a 17-year-old and a 15-year-old, as you guys know. I could see, specifically, like my daughter, like that would be something she would do. She's like, I'm looking for information. These people online, these sleuthers, like to go dig around and figure stuff out. They try to get info from the cops. They do these interviews. Why wouldn't she reach out to people like that if the cops aren't telling her anything? So, I mean, to me, it makes sense that why wouldn't you? If it's my family, I mean, we don't have an issue with, like Kay Woodcock, for example, who, her grandson is missing. She starts reaching out to every national media that she possibly can to try to get attention because she wants information about the case, right? Because she wants to be able to find her grandson. So this daughter who starts reaching out to people, why would she not try to figure out if anybody can get information or help solve her parents' case? So I don't really know how that makes her guilty, but a lot of people online are like, she told YouTubers and TikTokers about it, and so obviously she's guilty. And it's like, okay, that's a stretch. I mean, I haven't been 16 for a while, so, I mean, but I could see it. How fast did she do the reaching out? In a couple months. It was a couple months because she was arrested. Okay, so let's kind of go through the timeline. So the night of February 19th into the morning of February 20th is when the crime occurs. Okay, so she states that she slept through the gunshots. So at least 2 gunshots. She sleeps through it. Now the kicker here is that the stepdad, Jamie, he was on an LVAD. If I'm saying the wrong machine, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. He was on an LVAD machine waiting for like heart surgery or heart transplant. And so if his heart stopped beating, this LVAD machine had an alarm that would go off. Hi, All Eyes. And so she's stating that she did not, first she's stating that she did not hear this LVAD alarm. She did not hear these gunshots, that she slept through everything. We're going to come back to that. That's a very big point in this whole story. So I want to make sure that I do it justice for all the reasons that have come out since then. But first statement is, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear the LVAD. I didn't hear the gunshots. I slept through everything. Okay. So she goes on, they have the funeral. She's living with, her dad, her bio dad. And, they have the funeral, and then she's, trying to get information. She's doing her own TikToks. Like I said, we're going to go through those. And she starts reaching out to the TikTokers. So remember this. So that's February 20th that the bodies are discovered. And then in July, I'm probably going to say the wrong date. Critical True Crime will tell me in chat. I think it's like July 9th or 8th. This is all 2025, you guys. This all happened this year. So like July 8th, July 9th of 2025, they put out a warrant for her arrest for 2 counts of felony murder. And she ends up turning herself in, knowing that there's warrants out for her arrest. So she turns herself in, which is only a few weeks after she had reached out to the TikTokers. So one of the big TikTokers that she had reached out to, I keep saying TikTokers, and it's like annoying to say it actually. One that she had reached out to is called Allegedly Reportedly. And I think she stated that it was about a month later, after she was talking to her, that she ended up arrested for the crime. So she turns herself in, and while she's in jail for these 2 charges, the 2 felony murder counts, they have a grand jury go out, and then she gets indicted. So now she's charged with 8 different counts. So it's technically 4 counts times 2 for each individual. So she's charged with malice murder, then she's charged with felony murder, and she's charged with aggravated assault, And then she's charged with the use of a gun or knife during the commission of a crime. Show me a PCA. I'm going to, Grayspace. I'm going to show you a PCA. It does not look normal. So for all my Delphi people, I just want to clarify where this actually occurs at, because you guys are just going to go, wait a minute. This took place in Carroll County, Georgia. Carroll County, Carroll, Carroll County, Georgia. Anybody from Delphi, from the Delphi case? No, I'm not going to show. Yeah, I'm not going to shut the. I'm telling you, schbugs, it is Carroll County. Does anybody here remember a certain YouTuber who was trying to get documents from the court, and then he was like, "Oh, I accidentally reached out to Carroll County, Georgia." Mav, you cannot. Mav, you cannot. You cannot leave. You are stuck here with us. Yeah, Carroll County, Georgia. It's the county of Carroll, if you will. Yes. It's the county of Carroll. Okay, so let me show you guys. Let me take this down real quick. The original probable cause. So we'll get into that. That was Mav. It was. Good memory. Okay, let me bring it back up now. I can't wait to get my third screen back. This is killing me with sharing screens. I did, DB. I had heard that once upon a time. I had heard that. All right, let me just make sure that you guys can actually see this. Okay. Critical True Crime is her first probable cause in under this case number, or is it under the other case number? Just so I know if I should switch it. That is my mob name, Teresa 3 Screens. I just want to make sure it's under the right one. I have them all screenshotted, but I just it would be way easier if I could just do it here. I think it's all under here now. Okay, I wasn't sure about the first one. Because she does have another case. In here. So I wonder if they just stuck it over here. Shit, sorry. I gotta get used to their website. Or I may have to pull up I may have to do it the other way with the screenshots, because this is kind of stupid. Okay, so they have not found a gun. There are rumors online that they have found this gun, and I will be very clear. That is one of the things I researched. Like 90% of the time I was researching this case, is they have not found a weapon. They have tore apart that house. They took down walls. They were digging through everybody's closets. They were digging outside. They had metal detectors outside. They had they drained a local pond looking for it. They have not found it. So people online are like, they found it in her closet. And it's like, okay, then what the hell were they looking for and spending all the resources? I mean, I guess it is Carroll County, so you can kind of take it for what it is. But how in the world, why would they spend all the money to go look for it? They don't have the gun. They have not found the gun. So we'll get into some of that stuff too, but they there is a claim that there is a pair of gloves that were found in her closet also. And hey, Katie, that some are claiming has gunshot residue. Well, here's the thing, is this case is very under wraps right now. I want you to think of the timeline and cases that we cover. And if you go back, this happens February 20th. She's not arrested until July 8th. And it's essentially, she turns herself in after there's a warrant for her arrest. And then the grand jury comes back in August of 2025. Her trial right now is still currently scheduled for January 6th of 2026. I mean, obviously she has a right to a speedy trial, but I mean, if that happens, I mean, we're talking bada bing, bada boom. There's not a lot of information out there. Right. Okay, so this is all about. I'm trying to read this one sideways. No, this has to do with. This isn't the first one. Oh, it is. Sarah Grace Patrick committed the said offense during the act of aggravated assault against Kristen Brock, resulting in her death. This is the one from July 7th. Okay. But this is, you can see how this is how their probable cause looks. So you have that, but this doesn't make sense, critical true crime, because the first ones, this is like when they took it to the grand jury, because these are the grand jury charges that they wanted. This is the one that's for James Brock, same thing. So irritating that I want to click over there and it won't let me. Yeah, this is like all the charges that they took to the grand jury, because originally she's only charged with the 2 felony counts of murder. So it has to be under the other file. That's the only thing that makes sense. So critical true crime, if you know or understand that to be different on why this is not the original charges that they had her turn herself in for. Because those don't get done by the grand jury until I believe August 18th. Yeah, maybe that's it. And they have the names of the grand jurors in there. Do they really? I didn't even see that. Okay. So, and then as you know, so anything that actually goes in front of the grand jury, we won't have access to, not until court hearings or anything along those lines. Okay, these are not the ones that I care about. Yeah, so here's the indictment. So you see like how simplistic this is. So look, you get malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. So it's technically 4 counts times 2, 1 for each victim. This isn't until August 19th. So this is what you get from the grand jury. Oh, they did. Oh my gosh. Why in the hell are the grand jurors' names in there? You got to be kidding me. Fucking idiots. Oh my God. Okay. So grand jury, and it's literally just going to be repeated down for each charge. So I'm not going to sit here and read you every single one, but it is count 1, The grand jury aforesaid in the name and on behalf of the citizens of the state of Georgia charge and accuse Sarah Grace Patrick with the offense of malice murder. In that, the said accused in the state of Georgia and in the county of Carroll on or about the 20th day of February 2025 did unlawfully, with malice, with forethought, cause the death of Kristen Brock, a human being, by shooting said Kristen Brock, contrary to the laws of the state of Georgia, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. So, like I said, you're going to get this, so you're going to get the same charge. It's just going to continue. So, but those are, so she's got her 8 counts right now. Okay, I don't think there's anything on here that I want to read yet. I think I'm going to go to one of the videos. Well, actually, first, you know what I'm going to show you guys is the property and the house. Oh, they want her to plea, without a doubt. So let's go. We're going to look at the house and where this actually happened at. This house is now currently listed on Zillow. It's 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, about 1,850 square feet. It's listed for $380,000. So in Carrollton, Georgia. So I want to show you guys just kind of the layout of the house because I think it's important for you guys to see like what we're looking at. Because this is going to, in my opinion, I think is going to be a big piece of the prosecution of them saying how she had to have heard what happened. She had to have heard everything that happened. Hey, Lowlight. Okay, so here's the house. I mean, it's a big lot too, a big property. So think that they're out here checking all of this. And she won't because she's innocent. And she shouldn't plea. She shouldn't plea regardless, but that's the general idea of the prosecutors to overcharge. And, you know, with the double count of murder, we have a felony murder and a malice murder with the aggravators. I mean, that's what they're trying to do is be like, hey, you know, we'll cut you a deal and we'll just give you the 1 life sentence instead of the 7. Hey, Marshall. Okay, so like the doors and stuff like that, one of the reasons I'm showing is because we have some other pictures of the doors and things like that from when the crime actually, or from right after the crime occurred. So I want to make sure I show you guys those too. So in here you have the back. Go to the back. I'll show you some pictures of them, like the cops and stuff out here searching because they're digging around the whole backyard looking for that, looking for the gun. You can tell the plants are there for staging. Yeah, that's from the front porch. Look, I mean, it's a good it's a good sized property. And then you have this pond back here, which is what they drain so they can also, again, look for the gun. Okay, I really wish I could make this bigger. I thought I'd just be able to blow up my screen, but apparently I can't. So here, right here, if you guys could probably, if you're on your phones, you know, you can zoom in. Hey, Hudis, you can zoom in to see this. So even though it's like 850 square feet, here's your primary bedroom is right here. You can see me circling it. And then you have bedroom number 2 is here. Bedroom number 3 is here. And bedroom number 4 is here. So essentially this entire left side of the house in the floor plan is just bedrooms. Hi, Goose. You can come up and hang out with me if you want to. So the prosecutors are going to use the fact that, hey, here's your primary bedroom where you have Kristen and Jamie sleeping and being shot, and you aren't going to hear that in the bedroom. So a point of contention is, well, the 5-year-old didn't hear it either. 1,850, Indiana girl. That's okay. We're going through it, Sleuthy. I can't. It won't let me zoom in, Mav. I tried, and it just keeps popping back out. I don't know why. It won't let me zoom in. That's why I was saying if you're on your phone, you can. So if this LVAD machine goes off, then rumor has it that the LVAD machine would consistently go off. It had a lot of false alarms. And so, you know, at the beginning, she says, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear the gunshots. I didn't hear anything. And now later on, we're learning that maybe she did hear something. So we'll go through that document too, because Well, I want to be able to flip through them, though. I don't want to save it to my computer. Well, I mean, I can, but it's just so hard to share the screen. You know, Indiana Girl, that's a great question for Critical True Crime. What bedrooms were the girls in? So there's also a son who was not home at the time. He was at his dad's. So she would be better equipped to answer the question of what bedrooms they were in. I don't want to tell you the wrong info. So 11:40 at night, the LVAD machine starts to go off, and this is when the prosecutors are laying claim that the crime actually occurred, because they say the LVAD machine went off because his heart was no longer beating, and that's when she killed them, was at 11:40. And then she went back to bed. Is this one that was on social media right after? Yes. And then she went back to bed and waited for her sister to find them. And so people are like really pissed off that they're like, Sarah intentionally let her 5-year-old sister be traumatized and made her be the one that found them so that she didn't have to be accountable. I think it's an LVAD, the back two. These two, right? Oh shit, sorry. Gosh darn it, what did I do? Oh, I went the wrong way. Bedroom 3 and bedroom 4. An LWAT machine? No. Yeah, okay. Bedroom 3 and bedroom 4. And I think this is the son's bedroom, but he wasn't there that night because he was with his dad. Sleuthy, why don't you get up here and tell us? Shots were fired at 1:32 or at 11:32? Katie. I know that's why I wanted to clarify, because I thought I was being told that it was 11:32 supposedly. So that's why I want to clarify. 1:32. Interesting. Okay. Because I was hearing 11:32, the LVAD machine goes off at 11:40, indicating that his heart stopped. Indiana Girl, they're saying that there was no forced entry. It has to be a crime from within the home. We'll get to all the things that they're quote unquote claiming as their evidence that the public knows so far. Because like I said, there's still tons that we don't know. I know, Mav. So I said that at the beginning. Stepdad was a felon. Well, both parents have been arrested, mom and stepdad. Okay, see, that's crazy. Why was I told 11:40? The alarm, the alarm indicating that it was. Okay, so this changes kind of what I'm even thinking now, because I'm going to go back into this timeline situation that I was trying to present to you guys. But okay, I was under the impression that the gunshots were heard at 11:32. LVAD alarm goes off at 11:40. And Sarah does not claim to be asleep until midnight, which is how they supposedly say that she had to have heard what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's just time drift. Yeah, there's different times, different days. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Maybe different time zone? Well, I mean, everything I was reading had to do with Georgia. So, I mean, it would have been like my time zone. 1:39 and gunshots at 1:32. All right, hold on. I'm going to write that down. Stepdad belonged to the Aryan Brotherhood. Did he, Heidi? Okay, so this has been something that I did see as like a big rumor going around, is if the stepdad was like doing anything to Sarah. The only thing I can tell you is Sarah's biological dad came out online and said no, that was not like, he wasn't like that. He never physically abused her. He never sexually abused her. None of those things, that he wasn't like that. And that's from her bio dad. So that's about as far as I can tell you. She went to bed at around 11:30. Eight shots at 1:32. Right, DB. Yeah, I don't think it has it. Like I said, the documents are from Georgia, so it'd all be Georgia time that I was reading. Okay, hold on. When he was in prison. I don't know what that's an answer to. That might have been somebody in chat. Oh, that is runic. The fill in the date and time on the affidavit says 1:37 on the 20th. What's up, boss saying? No, stay with us. We're trying to get you all the information we can. That's what we're doing. Oh, he was in the Aryan gang when he was in prison. I got that. Now I understand. He was in a gang when he was in prison. He had tattoos about it. He later had covered up. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And then he was arrested for drugs, correct? And then what was Kristen arrested for? Maybe maybe I just misread it then. That's the only thing that I can think of. I don't know. Okay, so let me keep going through the house so you can kind of see the inside and how the levels are. So this is just showing you how big of a lot it is. And like I said, I'll show you pictures later of how they're out here searching. Okay, so here's bedroom. This is bedroom 3. Bathroom. This is master. Dining room. Master. I think that's bedroom 1. No, bedroom 2, not primary. Kitchen. Oh, here you can. Oh, there's one where you can kind of see how it's like leveled off. And I don't know how much was done, to post it, to post or to list it for sale. Like, I don't know how accurate the house is to when they lived there, but I would assume it's not too much different because they haven't had a ton of time to do anything with it. But they did have to fix some of the stuff that was destroyed based on the search warrants. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a very nice house. All right, let me go back over here. So I think the next big one is the change of venue I wanted to look at. Or might be the continuance. Where is it? Now, you know what? Let's go. Since the funeral's next, I'm going to play this way because I have to pull up a different document. Give me a second. So her granddad sold it 2 months after the murders. They totally redid the home. Okay, so it doesn't look anything like it did when they lived there? Because I figured a lot of it was probably very similar, at least structural. It's like structural. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. It's like structural. He's like, why can't I say that damn word? Okay, so I'm going to play this for you guys. First, I'm just going to do a sound check while I pull up a different document that I want you guys to see. Okay, can you hear it okay or no? That's first and foremost. Okay. Just somebody tell me that you could hear it. So yes, okay. I'm going to play this then. So this is at the funeral, and Sarah does a eulogy for her mom and stepdad. And this is another thing that is being held against her, mostly by social media, including people like Lauren, who think that because of this eulogy, she's absolutely guilty. And I cannot make it bigger, so hopefully you guys can see this. If not, this is I can direct you to where to go, or Critical True Crime can direct you to where to go in the chat, so you can watch it on your own time too.
I was waiting for my brother's Tristan. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Sarah, and I'm Kristen Brock's daughter and James Brock's stepdaughter. This isn't easy, I don't know how bad an age I'm going to say all the time, but I'm really happy I get to do this, but just bear with me because I stutter a lot. I just wanted to say goodbye to my mama and Jamie since we never got the chance to. I was so used to you guys always being here to the point that I never once thought to imagine y'all not being here. I didn't have a single clue how much I needed y'all until now. For James, thank you for all the life lessons you taught me and for being the best bonus dad ever. Your heart will finally be healed in heaven and neither of y'all will be in any pain anymore. Although that gives me so much comfort, your fight was not supposed to end there. And for my mother, everything we went through does not define what kind of person or what kind of mother you were. You were a beautiful, kind soul with so much gratitude and so gosh dang strong. And you taught me so many life lessons, and some that you just recently taught me were through a letter you sent to James in 2018. When I first read it, I smiled and I cried, and I got chill bumps. But every single time I read it, it puts me to a lot of peace. So I thought I would share it. May 23rd, 2018, Deuteronomy 6:5. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. The wrong one will find you in peace and leave you in pieces, but the right one will find you in pieces and lead you in peace. We can't always choose the music that life plays for us, but you can choose how we dance to it. She was always dancing to her own beat, LOL. And keep in mind, she wrote that herself. Eventually, all the pieces fall into place, but until then, laugh at the confusion, live for the moment, and know that everything happens for a reason. I can choose to let it define me, confine me.
What is it? They're not just making fun of her. They're talking about the way she's dressed. They're talking about the way that she's crying. They're talking about the words that she uses. I mean, social media has absolutely used this to villainize her into the fact that saying she's absolutely guilty. Just watch the eulogy. I mean, that's what people online have said. So over here, we don't feel like that. Like this is a 16-year-old girl at the time, a 16-year-old girl giving a eulogy at her mother's funeral after her and her 5-year-old are the ones who actually see her mother and stepfather dead. I don't even know how anybody could. I couldn't even stand. I was in my 40s and I could not stand up and speak at my father's funeral. Couldn't do it.
Refine me, outshine me, or I can choose to move on and leave it behind me. Always, Kristen Brock. Considering that gave me so much closure, I want to remember them for who they were and not what happened to them, and be happy for the time we got to spend together and not sad about the time that we don't. I may always and will always be her sunshine, but she will always be my star from up above. And I know at nighttime I can go and look at Mama and Jamie in the sky, and gladly they will save me a seat in heaven like they saved for me. I'm sorry. Gladly they will save a seat for me in heaven like they saved a seat for me in this very church. Although there's nothing we can do to bring them back, we still have control over how we treat people with us today. Therefore, when someone tries to tell you anything, no matter how important it could be, just listen, because you never know when it's somebody's time to go. You could say goodnight and wake up a few hours just to find out they aren't there, despite their joy and their love. So just listen and never take a hug or anyone or anything for granted, and love with all that you have in you like they did. And lastly, not taking people for granted, I want to thank my family, also known as my catafam, my grandparents, my siblings, Jaylee, Donnie, Jaden, Jojo, Trent, Tristan, Ashley, and Jesse for helping me get through my worst nightmare. And last but not least, I want to thank Tasha, Bree, Nate, Layton, Kimberly Hayes, Kim Bowling, Katie, and most of all, my father, Angie, and Ben for making such a big difference. Jamie and Mama would have thanked y'all too. I love you guys, and so do they. I'm sorry. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, so yeah, I want to rewind it because I want you guys to hear right here at the end, because this is, that's the filmer person. Yeah, that's the filmer person. I mean, it's fucking sad, and I could cry, but I want you guys to hear right here at the end. I'm going to try to back it up because I want you to hear the full statement, because this is taken completely out of context, in my opinion. The last thing she says is, "I'm sorry." Okay, so listen to the sentence that she uses before she says, "I'm sorry," and tell me what you guys think.
Katie, and most of all, Bree, Nate, Layton, Kimberly Hayes, Kim Bowling, Katie, and most of all, my father, Angie, and Ben for making such a big difference. Jamie and Mama would have thanked y'all too. I love you guys, and so do they. I'm sorry. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, so I'm really curious. I don't want to give my opinion on what I think of this, but I just want to hear what you guys in chat think of this. She literally says she's thanking everybody in her family, and especially her dad, and everything that they've done for her to help her through all of this. And she says, "I love you, and so do they." And then she says, "I'm sorry." I'll play it one more time, just so you guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
My parents, my siblings, Jaylee, Donnie, Jaden, Jojo, Trent, Tristan, Ashley, and Jesse for helping me get through my worst nightmare. And last but not least, I want to thank Tasha, Bree, Nate, Layton, Kimberly Hayes, Kim Bowling, Katie, and most of all, my father, Angie, and Ben for making such a big difference. Jamie and Mama would have thanked y'all too.
Jamie would have thanked you too. Jamie and Ma would have thanked you too.
I love you guys, and so do they. I'm sorry.
I love you guys, and so do they. Jamie and Ma would have thanked you too. I love you guys, and so do they. I'm sorry. Like, if you actually if you transcribe what she's actually saying, so the people who are already, this woman or this girl is absolutely guilty. She did it. She's a psychopath. She's all these things, are saying that she's saying sorry there for killing her parents. That's what they're using it as. Like, that's the stretch that we've gotten to, is that apology, that very last "I'm sorry" is her apologizing to everybody in the audience for killing her parents. And that's one of the reasons that they think she's guilty. and claim that the prosecution will be able to prove that she's guilty. Those people are idiots. I know, right? I agree with you. So I guess I'll play it one more time. I just want you guys to hear it, because if you listen to the entire sentence of what she's saying, she's just saying, like, thank you to all of you for taking care of me and my siblings. Thank you to my whole family for taking care of us during our worst time of our entire lives. And Jamie and Ma would have thanked you too. I love you, and so do they. And then says, I'm sorry. Like, I would bet if somebody actually sat down and transcribed this girl apologized probably at least 5 to 6 times, or 6, 7 times throughout just the clip that we have here. Just the clip that we have here. Because she's fumbling through her words and is embarrassed that she can't speak in front of everybody. Sleuthia, I know.
Just to find out they aren't there, despite their joy and their love, or anyone or anything for granted, in love with all that you have in you like they did. And lastly, my take on not taking people for granted. I want to thank my family, also known as my Cata fam, my grandparents, my siblings, Jaylee, Donnie, Jaden, Jojo, Trent, Tristan, Ashley, and Jesse for helping me get through my worst nightmare. And last but not least, I want to thank Tasha, Bree, Nate, Layton, Kimberly Hayes, Kim Bowling, Katie, and most of all, my father, Angie, and Ben for making such a big difference. Jamie and Mama would have thanked y'all too. I love you guys, and so do they. I'm sorry.
Okay. So that's the eulogy. Now let me pull up. So her TikTok account, which has been like the big to do, is her TikTok account is where she has been, or where from the time that the parents were killed to the time of her arrest, that she was on social media, mostly on TikTok. So that account is now gone. So there is an archive account that is not her legit account. It is somebody who essentially has a ton of the screen recordings and posted them. Obviously, that kind of sucks because we don't get dates. So I don't know exactly when all of these were made. But I mean, obviously they're from March to June. I mean, that's really all I can tell you, because some of them, when they're screen recorded, they do have, that's not the one I want. They do have the date, but not all of them. So I was trying to look through and see if I could kind of place them in a specific order, but I couldn't. But like I said, this person did go through. This is not her actual account. Oh, Katie. I helped her write the eulogy, and people say Chat GPT. It's like it was my old butt. Aw. Dude, that's just tough, though. I mean, she's 16. I mean, a lot of us have kids that are right around that age. I could not imagine my daughter having to deal with any of that, ever. And then not only, like, you almost have to be the grown-up in the situation, because it's just you and your 5-year-old sister. There is nobody else. Okay, so I wanted to show you some of these. Like I said, these are not her original. This is not her original stuff. This is all just somebody who happened to have the screen recordings and put them on an archive channel to try to make it so people can see it.
Repeat to yourself that they're not really gone. Time has proven that fooling yourself into believing the lie is the most effective way to deal with things. Don't go back to our old place. It's probably locked up anyway. I bet it still looks the same as when I ran away that day. Don't go back to our old place. It's probably locked.
But my ultimate inspiration comes from my best friend, the dazzling woman from whom I received my name and my life's blood, Lorelai Gilmore. My mother never gave me any idea that I couldn't do whatever I wanted to do or be whomever I wanted to be. She filled our house with love and fun and books and music, unflagging in her efforts to give me role models from Jane Austen to Eudora Welty to Patti Smith. As she guided me through these incredible 18 years, I don't know if she ever realized that the person I most wanted to be was her. Thank you, Mom. You're my guidepost for everything. I'm such a blubbering you.
Hi, Peggy.
I get to feeling guilty and I think about my mom. I'm the first one in my family to see $1 million. I get to feel.
People are like, she was so pretty too. And she's not dead. She's still alive. People are like, this is all fake. She's gonna get an Academy Award.
A year from now, our family will be torn apart, and I will be far away and won't see or talk to him for 5 years. And he doesn't know it, but a year from now, our family will be torn apart, and I will be far away and won't see or talk to him for 5 years. And he doesn't know it, but a year from now,
yeah. I mean, yeah, you guys can't see the I figured you guys could. Like, so here, like, wrongfully shot by you, and you sent her in to find them. Girl, you did it. Whose fault is that? You are a sick person. I mean, mind you, these okay, so once again, just for clarification purposes, this is not Sarah Grace Patrick's channel. This is an archive channel of somebody who has screen recordings and posted them. And like, people are going off in the comment section. You're a sick person. I love my mother. I love my mother and father. Bro, they look so sweet. This is so sad. So see how this story changed? Because I thought her little sister did it. And now this video is saying they walked in on her. Like, what? Somebody else's. Whose fault is that? You did it. I mean, if you didn't say goodbye, that's kind of on you. You're the one who did it. Like, yeah, I wonder who did it. The audacity. Girl, what aisle? Like, you're never going down an aisle again because you're going to prison. Torn apart by you. This is your jury pool, ladies and gentlemen. Like, that's the scariest shit ever. Is people who are like, she was arrested, so it absolutely has to be her. No ifs, ands, or buts. Girl can't go on TikTok and talk about her mom or try to remember her mom or her stepdad. And I feel bad for the person who actually made the other account to try to archive anything, because, bro, I literally liked this TikTok like when it originally was out. I remember liking this, and I remember crying to it. And bitch, like, oh my God, I'm actually so upset. I'm watching Steph and Sue like cover it right now, aka I don't even know what the hell that is. You, oh my God, this sick, yo. You killed them, murder. Not even murderer, just murder. I don't know what that one is. Why you do it? Why you shot them? Didn't you shoot them? And then this person's all, you won't be doing that anyway.
She warned me it was coming. He doesn't know it, but a year from now, our family.
Okay, Star. Yeah, I know, right? We'll talk about that too. I don't want to give away too much too soon. I just want like all the answers right away.
But at night time, when there was nothing to do and the house was all empty, I'd always think of Jenny. But at night time.
So, all right, like I said, I mean, it's tough because you can't see when anything was actually posted. It hits me when I see my 5-year-old sister screaming. Oh, run, I missed that one. Let me go back. It hits me when I can't stop shaking. It hits me when the thought of eating food is disgusting to me. It hits me when my hair comes out in clumps because of the anxiety. It hits me when it feels like someone is sitting on my chest. My whole body aches so bad I don't want to get out of bed. It hits me when I can't see my sister and my brother. It hits me when I see how none of my family can recover. I can't sleep at night because I can't escape my thoughts. The constant pounding headache in multiple areas of my head. I mean, okay. They better have some type of like technological evidence that shows that she's looking up all these types of symptoms and things like that, because this is all like legit feeling to me. There's multiple feelings layered in here of all the things that she's feeling at this time. If she's this psychopath, she's gonna have to have had researched this stuff, or she's not gonna understand it or know it. It may not have fully hit me yet, but what has fully hit me is that they should be here, and the thought of a hug from them tears me to pieces because I know I can't hug them no matter how bad I want and need, and most of it hits me when I need my mom more than ever right now, and I know that I cannot get closure because nothing will bring them back. If you know something, please speak up and help me and my family heal. It hasn't hit me that they're actually gone. Okay, we're back at the beginning. I wanted to see the one with the sister. It hits me when I see my 5-year-old sister screaming, crying for her mommy and daddy. It hits me when I go into a depression spell so bad that I call 988 and contemplate going to a mental hospital. Yeah, teen girl has big emotions on the end. Yes. Okay, so this is the thing. So at the beginning of this whole, like, you know, when she's very first arrested, everybody's essentially coming out and saying no, like she's never had, like she's not a bad kid, she's you know, a good student, she's a good daughter, she's a good sister. Her grandfather on her mother's side is like, you know, this is just shocking, like it makes no sense, like there's no way they have anything on her. The majority of people related to her at that point were like, this is absurd. And then slowly, a few of them start to like shift. You know, they start to buy into that whole, you know, prosecution narrative of, obviously, you know, cops wouldn't have arrested her if they didn't have the evidence to do it. You know, grand jury indicted her, so they must have been able to, you know, find evidence that shows that she did it. Oh, Katie. Oh, well, I mean, it's not a bad thing, but some of it I think is imperative, because for the side that is actually wants to pay attention to what she's truly actually saying versus saying, oh, well, she's just guilty, you're the murderer. I mean, there's a lot of insight into a psychopath doesn't understand all these feelings and can't write them all down. So there's some things like that I think are really important for the public, for people who actually want to pay attention to see. Hi, Big Fishy. I get that other teens might not be mature enough to understand the complexity of this, but grown-ups should know better. Right. Well, there are grown-ups in her family that start to kind of shift in the, well, you know, maybe she did do it, and then, you know, digging, well, she did say that weird, I'm sorry, at the end of the eulogy kind of thing. And then that family member goes on Hidden True Crime and like publicly says that she thinks she's guilty. Yeah, she's 16, she's developing, she lost her mom, her stepdad, and her home. Are they even looking for somebody else? Okay, well, let me Yes and no. Hold on. Let me see what Grace makes. Kids don't just go from 0 to killing their parents without any warning signs. Right. And so far, there are no warning signs. That's why I'm like, they better have a lot of like technological data to be able to support that she's really sitting there looking up on ways to get away with murder. And I'll get into some of that when we get to this next document too. Yeah, a family member on HTC. Yeah, just randomly shows up on HTC to say, yeah, I think she's guilty. Okay, do I want to go through the document next, or do I want to go through the hearing? Let me see real quick. Actually, no, I'm going to do... First, I'm going to show you guys the press conference. Let's do that next. Let's do the press conference. We can talk about the
as you all remember, I recognize many of you in this room that did come out on the scene that fateful day on February 20th. On the morning of February 20th, 2025, deputies with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office responded to a tragic scene at 1531 Carrollton Tyus Road. They discovered the bodies of James Brock, 45, and Kristen Brock, 41, both deceased from apparent gunshot wounds. From the very moment the 911 call was received, a relentless investigation began, one that would span months, consume thousands of man hours, and require the full weight of the local and federal law enforcement agency partnerships. Today, we can confirm that an arrest has been made in the case. Kristen Brock's 17-year-old daughter, Sarah Grace Patrick, has been taken into custody and charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault in connection with the deaths of her mother and her stepfather. While the case has not remained in the public spotlight in recent months, the investigation has never gone silent. Led by investigator TJ Repetto, our team has pursued every lead, sifted through mountains of physical and digital evidence, conducted countless interviews, and collaborated with agencies such as the FBI, the GBI Crime Lab, and private forensic laboratories. In a world where television portrays crimes being solved in under an hour, the truth here is much more complex. Real justice takes time. Time to ensure that no detail is overlooked and no stone is not turned over. Sheriff Terry Langley, alongside Captain Guy Pope and Lieutenant Jackson Lawrence, has remained committed to ensuring that justice is served in this heartbreaking case. Their leadership, combined with the tireless dedication of our investigators, has brought us to this point today. We know the public has been eager for answers, and we want to be clear. So have we. But bringing forth the truth responsibly and thoroughly is our highest obligation. We are proud of the unwavering commitment shown by every member of the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, and we stand behind the process that has led us here today. Our prayers remain with the families of James and Kristen Brock, and especially with their young daughter who was home during this horrific crime. We also want to extend our heartfelt thanks to the community that has rallied for justice and has never given up hope. The pursuit of justice does not end today, however. It is very possible, because this remains an open and ongoing investigation, that more arrests and charges could be made.
Okay, so one of the reasons I want to show this is because Grace was asking about if they're looking for other people. So essentially what most of us think that they're actually looking for is her partner in crime, is, you know, somebody that she worked with to accomplish this task, boyfriend, friend. You know, that's what, when she says we're looking for other suspects, that's what I believe she's saying. They're not looking for a third party suspect. That we have heard that both mom and stepdad had pissed off a few people, including someone pulling a gun on the stepdad a week before. They had quite a few enemies, and nobody seems to be looking for those people. So yes, they're looking for other people, they're looking for her accomplice, for Sarah Grace Patrick's accomplice. They are not looking for perpetrators who could have actually gotten into that home and shot these two. Like, they're not doing that. They believe that they've got the right person. That's my thought too, Gray Space, because and like, once again, we'll get to that document where they insinuate that, you know, they have this data from her phone, but they don't have that. No gun, and evidence of a break-in, and the fact that they have stated that there could possibly be others possibly involved. She's already admitted to hearing his breathing machine alarm going off. Right. Well, and supposedly the breathing machine alarm has gone off multiple times with false alarms. So, all right, let me keep playing this so you guys can hear it.
So with that, I will open this up to questions.
Has she been charged as an adult?
She has.
Now, that was another thing. She has now, after the grand jury, she is now being charged as an adult, even though she barely turned 17.
Idea what her motive was when she gave a confession?
We are still working with her diligently. Our investigators have been speaking with her.
It is correct that she was the one who made the 911 call, correct?
Yes.
At what point did investigators begin to focus on her as the suspect?
So I believe in the beginning of any case, everyone's a suspect. I think I told many of you that when we were on scene that day. However, as an investigation continues and everything ebbs and flows, like I said in my press release, mountains of evidence has gotten us through here today. Lots of processing, lots of working with our law enforcement partners to get us to where we are today that honed in on her as a suspect.
Do you believe that she tried to cover this up in any way over the course of these months? You know, we've even seen some videos on social media of somebody saying, you know, I'm making this message on behalf of the daughter. Do you believe she tried to get people to cover up anything?
Considering that she didn't just immediately tell us what happened, yes. But who knows what's going on in a young person's mind like that. But she has been arrested and charged now, and we feel confident that she is responsible for their murders. But like I said, it is an open, ongoing investigation. It's very possible others are involved as well.
What was the key break in the case?
Just evidence, being able to go through evidence, being able to use private laboratories, being able to use GBI Crime Lab. You know, when you're processing stuff, like I said, it doesn't come back in an hour. So we've been filtering through, and there's still evidence left to process.
You know that there's visual evidence. I assume that's text messages, emails. Was there some type of a trail that led you that way?
There's always a lot of evidence. I won't go into exactly what it is because it is an open, ongoing investigation, but we have mountains of
Not Nick
evidence.
McClellan Jr.
The social media for TikTok, that type of stuff, any of that going to be used?
That will be up to the prosecuting attorney, and they'll work diligently with our investigators to make the case go forward towards trial or whatever they decide to do.
Was that the younger daughter, the youngest child that found them?
I believe that, and you speak to this, Kim, the smallest daughter found them that morning, correct? And then she came and told Sarah.
Hold on a second, Chin Lady. You don't know who the fuck found them, but you're up here telling us that we should trust you on that you have a mountain of evidence. I would bet my left thumb toe that this lady doesn't know shit about the evidence. Somebody said, we've got a mountain of it. Go out there, do your public speaking, and tell them. She doesn't know shit. She can't answer these questions because she doesn't know. Yeah, why didn't they charge the 5-year-old, right? She was also in the house. She wants us to believe her that they have a mountain of evidence. She doesn't even know who found the bodies. Yeah, she's just the spokesperson. Yeah, your public information officer.
Where was Sarah?
Sarah was in the home.
No, I mean, in the interim, where was she staying? Who was she living with?
She's 17. She's kind of been out on her own.
Yeah.
Was she out on her own at the time?
No, she lived at home with her mother and stepfather at that time. But since then, she's lived with different family members and kind of moved all over the place.
Did she turn herself in?
Yes, she did turn herself in this morning.
Do you believe that any of the other
and continuously talked to law enforcement. Continuously stayed in contact and talked to law enforcement.
Family members knew about this?
Hard to tell. I can say this, that everybody that we have talked to through the course of the investigation that are family members have been nothing but cooperative. Anything else?
Did you do anything after the murder during the investigation that you guys were using your
She was 16 when the crime happened. She's 17 now.
Like I said, we're still kind of putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, but I can tell you what led us.
No, she doesn't know that. She doesn't know where she's staying. She doesn't know who she was living with. She just said she's 17, so she's just been out on her own. She's just out, you know, being an adult. So since she's just being an adult, then we're gonna charge her as one. No, she wasn't, which is why during the eulogy, she has an entire crew of people that she thanks for helping her
Here today, and that's the evidence that Sarah killed her parents.
What evidence?
Why she turned herself in?
She turned herself in because we notified her she had warrants for her arrest.
She didn't run?
These charges, any previous calls to that house regarding?
Not that I'm aware of, not regarding her, not that I'm aware of.
Did she seem remorseful?
I have not been personally with her or interviewed her, so I could not answer that question.
Are you going to shock her family as well?
Mhm.
Did you get any kind of, were they shocked? What surprised you?
Like I said, her family's been very cooperative. I can't imagine as a parent making her father brought her up here this morning. She turned herself in. I can't imagine what he's going through. So my heart goes out to him as well.
You talked about the family. I know they've been trying their best to keep this in the forefront.
Yes.
I know you guys are working behind the scenes.
Yes.
I guess it takes, especially for a case this big, it takes a lot of time to make sure the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. I mean,
Yes.
you speak to that because they've been seeming like on social media that they were frustrated, but it takes a lot.
Yeah, and we understand. I mean, if you don't work in the law enforcement field, like I said, CSI's kind of tainted us where, hey, something happens, it's done in an hour. This is not the case. I mean, and not only that, don't you want the right person arrested? So that's why it takes so long. These diligent investigators took their time. We've got the person that we believe orchestrated this and committed this horrific crime, and that was played through the part of evidence, and that's not something that's processed overnight.
Do you know where the weapon was obtained from?
I can't speak to that right now. Still investigation. Say that
The
again?
younger child, how old is she?
She is 6 years old now.
Do you have custody of her?
She's staying with family.
Can you speak to like just how key that is?
Oh, it's absolutely a shock to our community. Carroll County is a great community. We very rarely have stranger on stranger crime here. So I would like to say that we're not a dangerous community.
Okay, that's another big thing for the state and then the county as a whole is you don't want to have stranger on stranger crime because then it makes it unsafe and people don't want to move there, people don't want to visit there, people don't want to travel through there. So it's much nicer and neater in your little package to just say, well, these two were home and they're the, you know, so obviously one of them did it. Well, one is 5. Oh, she might be. Is she 5 still, Katie? I was like, I don't know. I didn't actually pay attention to when her birthday was to know if she might be 6. And I haven't said her name. I've just been calling her Jay. So she's still 5. Yeah. So if it's not the 5-year-old, then it has to be the 16-year-old.
I know that the Tice community that this happened in, those neighbors were really up in arms, as they should have been. Like I said, this has been a process to get us to where we're at today, but we don't know what goes through the mind of a child who wants to harm their parents. So that I can't answer right now, but it is a very horrific and sad case.
Was there any evidence of any type of, I don't want to say abuse, but challenges in the home?
Still an ongoing investigation.
And for anybody, who worked on this case, I don't know if there's ever been any other case like this in any of your careers, or if this is one of a few, but just when the facts, as you say, lead you to this conclusion, is it difficult, or what is that like as a human, kind of when you follow the facts?
Anytime you work a case where somebody's life has been cut short, James is a special case because I believe, according to his family, he had a lot of heart trouble. He'd had numerous heart surgeries. I believe he may have been waiting on a heart transplant at some point. And to have his life cut short when he was given so many opportunities to live, to me, that's a big takeaway from this story. And that a mother and a stepfather will never be able to raise their children and the little girl that was in the home. To me, she's probably the saddest victim in all of this.
You know, you did mention she didn't turn herself in. You said
Hi, Hella.
she was turned in with her father.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All right, welcome everybody from Hella's channel. So this is a case that I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with. So if you want to go back to the beginning, by all means, feel free to. We're about an hour and 20 minutes into it, just going through the entire backstory of the case. So if you're not familiar and you want to become familiar, by all means, watch the whole thing. Watch it from now until later, and go back to watch the beginning, whatever you want to do. Thank you guys for popping in and coming over. I think this is a very interesting case. I don't know how else to say it. It's a very interesting case of, at the time, 16-year-old girl, now 17, being charged as an adult for murdering her mother and stepfather. And there's two very big sides in the social media side of this case of she absolutely did it, she's guilty, to like, hey, she's absolutely innocent, she didn't have anything to do with it. And then, of course, we're looking at it to try to just get all the information that we can and say, okay, do they have any actual evidence that supports this theory? This is a case out of Carroll County, Georgia. So just like I said, if you're not familiar with it, this entire video should get you everything that you need to know. Well, maybe not everything, but at least get you started down all the rabbit holes, because this is, I can tell you right now, I spent days living in this. Critical True Crime had made a post asking other creators to look into the case, and I was like, I'll look at it and see how I feel. Like, because you kind of get like a, for me at least, I get like a feeling when I look into like kind of the details of the case. It's like, well, this person's really fucking sick, and I think they probably did do it, or it's I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence. I have no idea. I would like more information. And then there's other ones that are more like this of, I think you're going to probably have a 16-year-old, now 17-year-old girl that's being railroaded and charged with, being charged with 2 counts of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and 2 counts of possession of a firearm during a felony, for a 17-year-old girl now being tried as an adult. Like, I don't think that's something people should take lightly. And I know, like I said, it's not like a huge case on social media, but if you have the time and you have the interest, I beg you to go back and listen, or pop over to Critical True Crimes channel and go through everything that she's gone through, because I'm telling you right now, I'm on the verge of, I'm very concretely saying, I think we're going to watch a child get railroaded and tried as an adult. Her trial, even though this crime happened February of 2025, this very year, her trial is currently set for January 6th of 2026. So if they don't get a continuance, we're talking right around the corner, this girl's going to be in trial. So, and you guys know how I feel about just jumping to the conclusion just because somebody got arrested, we should just trust law enforcement. That's bullshit. Don't trust them. They fucking lie, and that's just how it is. For those of you guys that popped over from Hella's channel, just a little side note, because I know she was covering Lauren from Hidden True Crime, and I will let you know that Lauren from Hidden True Crime has already interviewed a family member of Sarah Grace Patrick and publicly stated that she does 100% believe that Sarah Grace Patrick is guilty. And so I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm just waiting for Dr. John to come out and diagnose her as a psychopath, and them just write it off. So if that tells you anything, welcome to criminality. Did I say 6? It's January 5th. January 5th. Okay. No, don't give her the view. It will happen on the 5th. No, you talked to her lawyer yesterday, and they're going speedy trial. And it will be on court TV, so we will be watching it. Yes, charm free, yes. Like I said, so this stream that we're doing right now, I'm trying to get as much information out to you guys as possible. If I have to do some more deep dives, as we go through before trial, that's absolutely fine. I have no problem doing that. Right now, I'm just trying to get you guys everything that, like all encompassed, so that you get the overview of the case. Okay, so we just listened to McChin over here with her press conference.
All right. I'll be around after. If you have any additional questions, I will send you, if you will give me a business card, I'll be happy to provide you with my press release and the mugshot.
I got you.
Just, let me know if there's anything additional after this that you may need. Okay. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming out.
Okay. So there's that. And then I want to read you these couple of documents, and then I'm going to bring you guys to the hearing that was streamed and just have a couple witnesses that I want you guys to watch with me. Nope, I don't want the order. Here, this one. So this is a motion to change the venue. You guys can probably see that pretty good. Oh, thank you. Key for Animals. I already love you just because of your name. It's for animals. If you go back some videos, you'll hear stories of me chasing down dogs on Pacific Coast Highway. All right. So this is the defense wanting to move the trial. It's unnecessary, but I think it's important to have, once again, like we go through cases, it's important to have it documented for future, appellate issues and future attorneys that may be coming to look at this, or judges that may be coming to look at this. It's not necessary in the fact that one of the things they'll claim that they want to change a venue is because of Court TV. Well, it's like, well, Court TV can kind of follow you anywhere, so that's not really gonna. That's not gonna help you. So I just want to kind of go through this. So like on February 20th, 2025, James Brock, Kristen Brock were found deceased in their home via multiple gunshot wounds. On July 7th, the defendant was interviewed by the Carroll County Sheriff's Office regarding her possible involvement in the shooting death of James and Kristen Brock. At some point after this interview, the defendant went to Alabama. On July 8th, the defendant's father drove her back from Alabama to Carroll County to turn herself in. And not to be confused, this is Carroll County, Georgia. Just making sure that we're on the same page. To turn herself in to law enforcement. A true bill was returned in Carroll County on August 19th. True bill is grand jury indicted her, and now she's got the 8 charges. Well, 4 charges times 2. Charging the defendant with, we just went through those. While attention has been paid to this case, it has been largely national and international with very little local coverage in the Carroll County media. So, like, their own local media isn't covering it, even though they're, like, worried about how big it is. So if it has very little local coverage, your large national and international isn't going to change anything no matter where you go. Hi, YB. I heard of this case. I need to see how well the investigation was. If the cops didn't do any investigation, didn't look for other DNA or prints or anything, then I'm sus. Yeah. Okay, so presumed prejudice. The defendant relies on this case to frame the issue of presumed prejudice. In Chansey, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that the widespread or even adverse publicity is not in itself grounds for the change of venue. The court went on to say that the test as to whether newspaper publicity has so prejudiced the case that an accused cannot receive a fair trial is whether the jurors summoned to try the case have formed fixed opinions as to the guilt or innocence. I almost at this point think that you might have a better chance in your county, keeping the trial in your county, if you're not getting the coverage like you are nationally, even though it kind of blows my mind that this case is not getting a ton of coverage. I don't know. I don't even have a good reason on why I think that's happening, because this is like the epitome of a quote unquote social media case. So when like the prosecution like blows up Sarah for going to like TikTokers and saying, hey, you'd get quote unquote views. Sarah's not wrong. Like that is kind of what we are looking at. You know what I mean? Like we are content creators of true crime. Yeah, we obviously care. That's why nobody does this because we just don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But that's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? So I don't see how that's wrong. I don't know why more people aren't covering it. It's a 17-year-old girl being tried as an adult with no public evidence whatsoever that she's even the right person. And from what the public knows, like they're blaming her for saying, I'm sorry. And they're blaming her for being the one that's in the house. So we haven't heard anything about gunshot residue. Nothing. Like if she fired all these rounds, did they even check for gunshot residue? Okay, anyway, so the defendant also relies on this case. However, that case is clearly distinguishable from the case at bar. Okay, actual prejudice. The defendant, again, relies on Chansey. I want to get down further because this is what I want. So factual basis for denial of defendant's motion for change of venue. Not what this is where they talk about Court TV. Defendant points out that Court TV has covered this case specifically under the title of Sarah Grace Patrick, as shown in Defendant's Exhibit D. The argument made by the defendant is that the coverage contains background speculation, repeated references to guilt, and thumbnails depicting the defendant in custody. A viewing of these recordings would show that the coverage and speculation repeatedly reference the fact that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, they'll just say she took a shower. I know. Yeah, you're probably right, DB. The thumbnails showing the defendant in custody are not prejudicial on their face. The media was present for the bond hearing on August 18th, at which the defendant was still in custody. Criminal defendants are generally in custody for hearings establishing bond. Otherwise, there would be no need for the bond hearing. It should also be noted that Court TV is not based in Carroll County. Because Court TV covers cases across the country, any coverage that exists here in Carroll County would exist in any other county in Georgia. People.com, shown in Defendant's Exhibit E, is titled Teen Suspect in Parents' Murder Who Begged True Crime Influencers to Cover Killing Scene Smiling in Court Before She Wept. This is all very common in any of these cases. In the article, there is no inflammatory language. There's no reference to the guilt or innocence of the defendant. To the contrary, she is referred to as a suspect in the title of the article. The particular article has only 32 comments in just over 3 months because people aren't paying attention to the case. And nobody pays attention to the case. Guess what? She's going to be really easily railroaded because nobody's going to give a shit. Nobody's going to be there to stop it. The defendant references the fact that all of the major television networks in Atlanta have covered the murder, the investigation of the crime, and the arrest of the defendant. While this is true, it does not rise to the level of creating an environment that is utterly corrupted. Because this coverage would exist anywhere else in the state, no prejudice on the potential jurors of Carroll County exists. Attention focused on this case by individuals on the internet is not indicative of the views of the potential jury panel in Carroll County. Sorry, I got like a frog in my throat. Hey, Andy, Cindy. The existence of a Facebook group dedicated to coverage of the case does not present the type of prejudice that would require a change of venue. There are approximately 3,200 members in that group from around the world, not only Carroll County. This includes significant support for the defendant, with her supporters commenting on their belief in her innocence. I have only found, if that's a troll account, one of the mods can just get rid of it because I'm not going to deal with that. I've only found like 3 groups, like one public group and a couple private, like you have to request to join groups, but only 3. And I think the 3,200 member one is probably the biggest one that is out there. Social media commentary from local residents is generally balanced and not inflammatory. The defendant argues that there are comments expressly declaring guilt and insulting the defendant. In support, they submit Defendant's Exhibit C, which shows individuals voicing opinions along the lines of, "It's a very sad situation." One individual comments that it is hard to find a fair jury when all the information is public. There has been no evidence released by the district attorney's office, despite numerous requests by the family of the defendant and the victims, as well as the media. Here you go. No evidence. They're not telling anybody anything. They're not the families of the victims, the family of the defendant. So all of this, nobody knows. Defendant's Exhibit F is an even better illustration of the fact that the community has not exhibited any bias or prejudice for or against the defendant. Users comment about how they hope she is innocent and currently remains innocent and express hope that they got whoever did this senseless act. Let's just take the couple of TikTok videos that we watched and the commentary that we saw from that. And I don't think there was anybody on there that was pro Sarah Grace Patrick at all. Well, if it is, that's just sad. I mean, just come in as yourself and say what you want to say. Don't be. I just don't do. I don't do stupid. If you have an opinion, as everybody knows on this channel, your opinion is absolutely always welcome. Always. You want to be an asshole? You don't belong here. That's really the bottom line. I don't care what you think of the case. I don't care what your opinion is on the defendant. You can say that you think they're guilty. You can say that you think they're innocent. You know, but just don't be an asshole. And coming in trying to pretend like you're involved in the case, like you're the defendant, it's just dumb. I don't care who you are. It's just dumb. Users comment about how they hope that she's innocent, blah, blah, blah. According to their post, that individual lives in Paulding County and therefore cannot be a juror on this case. The defendant references comments expressing emotional investment from the local residents in Defendant's Exhibit G. All three of the individuals in the exhibits express that they have not made up their mind. The first states, obviously, I'm invested with this and it will happen. It's so sad, heartbreaking either way. The second says someone else is involved. And the third expresses concern about the ability of the defendant to obtain a firearm. Yeah, where did the gun come from? How do you get a gun? What do you do with the gun? You have to have access to the gun. Where did it come from? A community that is interested in local cases has never been grounds for a change of venue. Defendant makes reference to comments on the same Facebook group asserting that a fair trial is impossible but relies on Defendant's Exhibit C, in which one individual makes a statement that a fair jury is difficult to find when all the information is public. This individual is then challenged by others in the group and gives no further detail. There's not been widespread dissemination of information in this case. The personal beliefs of this one individual do not rise to the level of granting a change of venue. No, not a gag order. Yeah, Shelly, they could fill you in chat. I might actually, I might play a clip. I definitely won't play the whole thing, but I'll play a clip because it'll be absolute fair use. So it can't be striked. So Carroll County is not the type of small community envisioned by the court. And Chancey, defendant argues that the prejudice is, I want that other one. I'm reading you guys the damn fucking response, and I wanted to read you guys the other one first, and I didn't do it. Where is it? Critical True Crime? Oh, hold on. Do I only have it in screenshots? No way. The defense's change of venue. That's the response from the state, and I wanted to read the defense's motion, and I don't see it. Am I just fucking blind? Non-jury court date. Nope. On the note. On the note. Third order on request. Nope. Nope. Shit. Hold on. I thought that's where I was. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. Give me just a second. I may have to just pull up the screenshots because I don't see it. Proceedings. Well, I have it all on one page. So okay, give me a second. Let me redo it. I need an intermission video so that I can play that for you guys while I have to do other shit. Yeah, a dancing hot dogs. Okay, you're saying second to last page. That's the order. That's not the right one. Critical trigger. It's not the it can't be the second to last page. Like I said, I'm probably just going to pull up the screenshots because at least I have those. Because this does not have that document. If it does, I'm just fucking blind and I can't see it. All I see is the response. I did. So I signed out and I logged back in. But still, I don't see the defense's motion. I want the defense's motion to change venue. I'll show you guys. If you guys see it on here, then let me know. CH. A good cat or dog video? Okay, I'll make one of those. Okay, so okay, here's the beginning. Here's your warrants, your appearance, your wanting discovery. Here's your motion for bond. It's not the one I want. Oh my gosh, Chelsea. I am totally going to use the I am not a cat. You are 100% right. I am using that. I will definitely use that. Okay, so there's your motion for bond. We don't need that. Motion for bond. The request for recording devices, request for record proceedings. It's right there. Where? Over there. Where? It's after that. Okay. Well, so I'm down here. Second order to request record proceedings or to record proceedings, request to use a recording device, waiver of arraignment, request to use a recording device, party notice, printed court, arraignment court, bondsman. I want the motion to change venue. The defense's motion to change venue. Okay. There's a bunch of certificates of service. Here's notices, notices, notices. There's your order. There's your requests. There's your motion, motion. Oh, let me see. Are they not titled? There's your request for continuance. That one's a good one too. We'll go back to that one though. I don't want that one yet. It's got to be this one. It's just not. It's got to be this one. It's just not labeled. Ha ha. There it is. See, look at you guys. It is right there. Okay. I want to go down. I don't want to. This is not what I want, and this is not what I want. Okay. So we have the factual basis for the change of venue. So now this is from the defense filing. They talk about court TV. They talk about the people.com. We already went through those. The 4 major television stations in Atlanta. So B is dedicated true crime attention focused on the case. Here's your Facebook group that we already talked about. Here's your inflammatory social media commentary from local residents, exhibits B through G. So stupid ass girl had her baby sister find them. Piece of shit in my book. What seems fishy? Hey, fish, you got a shout out in here. What seems fishy? LOL. Exactly what I said. Comments expressing emotional investment from local residents. I live like 30 minutes from where this happened. Obviously, I'm invested with this and what will happen. It's so sad and heartbreaking either way. 3, comments asserting that a fair trial is impossible. Hard to find a jury fair trial when all the information is public. I disagree with this, that not all the information is public. Courts routinely rely on such statements when granting venue changes because they demonstrate community-wide prejudgment. Rumor-based and false narrative spread. Okay, so this is important because this is from the defense team who is looking at discovery. Screenshots from the True Crime Mysteries Law and Crime group show comments stating Miss Patrick was planning the incident, connecting her to drug use, attributing violent behavior to her, and accusing her associates of criminal activity. Yeah, her friends, her boyfriend, yeah, anybody that she's associated with now is part of this crime with her. These assertions are unverified, speculative, and prejudicial, yet they are circulating unrestricted in the same county from which jurors will be drawn. I think this is a very simple ask your jurors. She was arrested on July 8th. Well, she turned herself in on July 8th, and then she was indicted by a grand jury, Travis, on August 19th, I think, right around there. The public information officer technically said the mountain of evidence. So Carroll County size amplifies the effect of publicity as the Georgia Supreme Court states. The defense contends that the pretrial publicity, so on and so forth. And then here's your presumed local Facebook groups with thousands of Carroll County residents discussing guilt, emotional involvement, locals stating that they are invested because they live 30 minutes away, national media amplification, inflammatory discourse, creation of dedicated online groups. You're going to get that. Sorry, defense team. That's just life. Actual prejudice exists and voir dire cannot cure it. I disagree. Request for relief, grant this motion to change venue, order the trial to be moved to a county where jurors have not been exposed to or have less exposure. Everything you've essentially claimed, defense team, you're claiming is national. It's national Facebook groups. It's national court TV. It's national. Like what you're claiming isn't it. This is critical true crime. This is not the one that I wanted. Where's the one that says this is the one that I wanted. Where's the one that says what's the document that states that she Google searched something on how to get away with murder, but that's not the exact search. Which document states that? That's the one I want to read too. Is that the continuance? You have to recall it. I heard it on your channel. Okay, so here's some evidence that we know that when they request for a continuance, Ms. Patrick is scheduled for trial on January 5th, trial calendar before this court. Defense counsel is yet to receive full discovery in this case and has communicated such insufficiencies in writing to the district attorney's office. The district attorney's office has since provided some additional items, but not all, primarily the ones of a tantamount importance. Those missing items are of such importance that receiving them, even on today's date, would not afford defense counsel adequate time to fully prepare for a January 5th trial date. So we respectfully request that said case be continued until the next trial calendar. So this is interesting because they wanted the continuance, but she has to waive her right to a speedy trial. That was the PIO, Travis. So this is from November 19th. So medical examiner's report for Kristen Brock. The sound on the neighbor's cameras either don't work or seems corrupted. So there you can read into what you're looking for on the sound from the neighbor's cameras, the gunshots. So the files that were given to the defense team seem corrupted. Well, you know, if you let Mullen into that Carroll County, they will be gone. So all police reports and supplemental reports are on Word documents. Do not tell Jerry Holman. Some have no badge number or name, so I'm unsure who wrote them. We do not have an initial incident report from Carrollton County PD. Footage from inside the home. Is there cameras inside the home? Okay, so it wasn't a filing. It wasn't a filing. It was her grandfather said on the news wasn't right. She never Googled that. She Googled how to get away with a lie. I thought it was in a document. I've read a lot of documents the last couple of days, though. And how to remove posts from Snapchat. Okay, so there were cameras in the home that were deactivated. I mean, it's also interesting that there's cameras in the home. And then why have them and not have them working? I mean, cameras outside the home, I guess, but like cameras in your home, that's not an everyday kind of thing. We have received 3 police department dash camera recordings and 2 backseat cameras of patrol vehicles. However, we have not received any body camera recordings, audio, or video. Evidence photos related to notebooks and items taken during the search warrant executed at 1805 Ridgeview Drive, mainly Miss Patrick's notebooks that were taken and allegedly included statements by Miss Patrick about the incident and time after the incident as allegedly directed she conduct by Investigator Repetto. Cameras everywhere. That is crazy. Cameras everywhere. And then why were they not working? How long had they not been working? I feel like we're going to get a Todd Mullis situation. So they have evidence photos of notebooks that are Miss Patrick's that she was directed to write in. So this investigator is like, you should start journaling. You should start journaling about your feelings and what you went through. And then when we come and perform our search warrant, we're going to take that shit and use it against you. They don't have the Crime Lab CSI photos in inventory. Yeah, this is crazy. This number 6 is like, that's going to piss me off. Because you got a 16-year-old girl who's just thinking like law enforcement's going to help figure out who killed my mom. And they're like, yeah, you should journal. Jesus, I hate God, right? They said they don't use body cams. Okay, so Katie, first on the scene is Carrollton County, or is Carrollton City Police Department. Who's first on the scene? because we can look up all the requirements that they all have. I mean, you can check every single city, county, state, and if they're required to be wearing body cameras. And I'm gonna, like, 90% of our country is now like required to wear body cameras. So unless you're a detective. I bet someone Ceciled a lot of information. Yeah, that's my question, Grendel. Yeah, when was the last time the cameras in that house were actually working? I was thinking the same thing. And, like, are they in the bedrooms? Oh my gosh, Katie. Oh my gosh. Carroll County, we actually looked this up, and I believe they didn't wear body cams back then, but I think it was in, oh shit, I'd have to go pull that document back up to tell you for Indiana. Like the cameras weren't working according to who? I wonder if Ellie accidentally corrupted the files and then claimed, oh, they didn't work for a while. Yeah. Is it just that day? Okay, so they don't have crime lab CSI photos and inventory. Detective Garman's list of evidence and video of the scene as mentioned in his reports. Jay Brock's forensic interview referral sheet and any resulting written report. So that's the 5-year-old. And then her jail calls. Gotta love the listening to the jail calls. Emails and visitations. So they want all of that. It's been recorded, and they want it. All right. We went through that one. This is the newest order that came out today. So the order came out denying the motion to change venue. There was also the order denying, let's look at this one, the motion for continuance because they didn't have all the information and all the discovery. So the order is presented before the court as defendant's request for the continuance filed on November 19th. The defendant generally asserts that certain items of discovery have not been turned over and that the case therefore cannot be ready for trial on January 5th. The state filed its response to defendant's motion for continuance on November 20th, wherein the state indicates that it has been diligently turning over discovery, responding to defense questions and concerns regarding discovery, and will continue to do so. The court conducted a telephone conference with counsel for the state and defense on November 21st. Counsel for both parties waived oral argument and asked the court to rule the request for continuance based on the filings. Where a criminal defendant elects to proceed under Georgia's Criminal Procedure Discovery Act, as defendant has elected to do in this case, the state is generally required to produce discovery at least 10 days prior to trial. So having reviewed the defendant's request and the state's response, the court finds that the state is in compliance with its discovery obligations. Further, the court finds that all necessary discovery will likely be provided sufficiently in advance of the January 5th, 2026 trial date to afford the defendant a fair trial. So yes, they have until 10 days before trial to turn over all of the discovery, which includes all of the interviews, all of the jail calls, all of the crime scene photos, all of the journal pages, 10 days. And so the judge says, they have until essentially what? Christmas? No. The 30th. That's almost New Year's Eve. No, that's not right. Christmas. Yeah, it's Christmas. They have until Christmas. So then the defense team gets all this stuff delivered to them on Christmas, and then they have the 10 days to go through and make sure that all their shit is lined up. Okay. I'm just trying to think of, okay, so I showed you guys that. I don't think there's any other. Well, let's look at the order that came out today. because this is the newest that's happened. Order limiting access to the court file. So the defendant filed their motion for limitation of access to the court file, arguing that access by the general public to motions filed that contain evidentiary depth would cause harm to the integrity of the proceedings and therefore outweigh the public interest. And the state having no objection, the defendant seeks to file substantive evidentiary motions under seal. It's probably 10 business days. Yeah, it probably is. I was kind of just being facetious. Having no objection, defendant seeks to file a substantive evidentiary motions under seal with the clerk until a final disposition has been entered in said case. After hearing from both the state and the defense and having determined that, pursuant to superior court, the court hereby finds that the harm resulting from allowing access to the evidentiary motions outweighs the public interest in access to this court file. And the court hereby grants the defendant's motion to limit access. So now all the motions from now until trial that have anything to do with the evidentiary information, we won't get to see in the public. So that's what was decided today. So, okay, let me see what else I want to show you. Let me get rid of that one. I showed you that one, showed you that one. We went through the house. And then I think the other big thing I wanted to show you guys was parts of the hearing. And then I will ask Katie or Critical True Crime, do you guys have anything that I need to address or make sure they see that I have missed? Obviously outside of the court, after the bond hearing, because that is, I'm just starting that. But is there something else? I feel like there was something else I meant to tell you guys, and I don't remember what it is now that we've been doing this for 2 hours. 10 days is pretty common. That's what it is in Texas, that you have at least 10 days to prepare. However, there are other provisions that have come along regarding time. The parent's background, okay. She's not, there's no opt-in, Lindsay, per se. You don't opt into the speedy trial. You almost essentially have to opt out of it. You have to request or waive your right to a speedy trial during that time frame. But at that point, they were just wanting the continuance to the next available trial setting, not waiving the right to a speedy trial. Essentially could push it out to like 2027, 2028. The alternate suspects. Okay. Oh, I was going to show. Let me show. Oh, maybe I'll show it after this. Right. So they're not waiving. Can you put the link to that court docket site you were looking at? Yes, I can. Give me a second, Travis. And you just have to create an account. Jamie's sister, Kim, hated Kristen, the mom, thereby hating Sarah. Thank you, Critical True Crime. Obviously, I'm not covering every detail. I'm just trying to make sure that you guys have all of it. All that I can deliver in one setting. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let me play the clip. Let me pull that up, actually. I will play it. Let me play the clip really quick. And then we'll get, because this is kind of still not loading, but still getting to where it needs to be. Let me play you this little minute of bullshit. Let me take this down. I'll play this. Motion in limine. Okay. Thank you, Katie, very much. They have the parents' background sealed at this time. I can only speak to what I know. I'll read the motion in limine. No, I can only speak to what I know, and what I know is that stepdad was arrested on drugs and was actually sentenced. Mom was arrested but I don't know the charges and I don't know the outcome of the case. I just know that they were both arrested at least once. I don't have a lot of information on them. I know when I was trying to find information, that's when all this stuff about that the stepdad was like was a pedo and doing like all this stuff. And then I went and looked at what her biological dad said, and he was like, no, that's not true. None of that is true. All right, I'm going to play this clip for you guys though, especially those of you guys who came over from Hella's stream. You guys will really appreciate that. Which part's true? That he is, or that the bio dad? You're gonna have to clarify. I'm gonna need some clarification there, Katie, because I don't want to be saying something out of line. That bio dad said it's not true, or that it is true. I'm worried. Like I said, I don't want to be saying anything out of line. Oh, that bio dad said that. Okay. That's funny. That was, well, not funny, but I was like, oh shit. Okay, you want motion in limine before we move on. Let me go that, because that way we'll get all the documents then, and then I'll show you the clip, and then I'll show you the hearing. Okay, so motion in limine. Defendant files this motion in limine requesting this court prohibit the district attorney and any and all witnesses to refrain from mentioning either directly or indirectly and be removed from any recorded source, including the recorded statements of the defendant or with Joshua Skinner. Okay, hold on. So defense team wants to exclude, because that's what the motion limine is requesting. This court just prohibit the district attorney and any and all of the witnesses from mentioning. They cannot mention directly or indirectly, and essentially remove them from any recorded source, including the recorded statements of the defendant or with Joshua Skinner. The irrelevant and prejudicial comments, including but not limited to. Okay, so all comments relating to the defendant texting or having sex with other guys. Okay, so they don't want anybody to be able to mention that, and if that comes up in trial, they want that to be eliminated. Or any reference to the defendant's alleged sexual behavior or promiscuity. Okay, all videos, posts, or pictures depicting or alluding to the sexual behavior of the defendant. Well, yeah, nobody should be. Well, she's being tried as an adult, though, Miku's headphones. So, I mean, are they going to say that why? They don't need, the jury doesn't need any of that information. I agree. This should all be totally gone. This has nothing to do with anything. All comments relating to the defendant's illicit drug use or hiding of drugs or drug paraphernalia. So this information is irrelevant to a determination of guilt or innocence on the charged offenses. So any mention of this information would be improper, an improper attempt to place defendant's character in issue in violation. And no instruction by the court would cure the prejudice. So like if the jurors hear this, they're already going to be prejudiced, and that's it. Like you can't take it back. So all of this needs to be gone. Okay. So did we get, this was submitted on the 1st. Do we have a ruling on this? There's no ruling on that yet. There's no judge's order on that. I think that's, I would agree. I'd be surprised that at least with the communications between her and her promiscuity, I don't know how that would be relevant unless she's in there texting to people that her mom and stepdad talk shit to her because she sleeps around. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot figure out why that would be necessary. So the state's going to have to, I don't see a response from the state, and I don't see an order. I'm actually surprised that there's not a response from the state. Because they could easily agree to it and be like, yeah, we're not going to talk about that. That's not necessary for in our mountain of evidence. I mean, the mountain of evidence we already have, we don't necessarily need it. So they could just agree to it. Judge could order it, or it could just end up coming up because they want to just destroy this shit out of her character. Right, exactly. Oh, hold on. That other one's playing now. Something's playing. Like something started in the background. I could hear it. I mean, so I guess is it gonna? The drug issues for the parents is gonna have to come up. Okay, and then I'm gonna make a comment, and if you guys know differently than I do, I would like somebody to correct me because I don't want to put this out into the world if it's incorrect. I believe that drug paraphernalia was actually found in the home on the 20th. I believe that Sarah was actually. Is Georgia? Are you allowed to smoke weed in Georgia? Is that legal there? Can't keep track of which ones are legal. That she was smoking weed with the mom and stepdad the night before. No, it's not legal. So if those two statements are incorrect or you have different information, please correct me so that I can not put out bad info. But those are two things I heard, that drug paraphernalia was found in the home the next day. I don't know what kind of drug paraphernalia, and that she was smoking weed with her mom and stepdad the night before. Okay, 12-1. Travis, you always know what you want me to, what I should do. You want to look at the 12-1 Patrick Sarah Grace defendant's request for certificate. This one. Okay. He had medical marijuana. Never heard that she was smoking with the parents. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys, if you know something different, that was my understanding. Okay, so this is the defendant's request for certificate of immediate review by counsel in the above styled criminal matter, blah, 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 blah. Respectfully moves this court certify that its order dated December 1st. Oh, here it is. Oh, this is the defendant's motion to change venue. Denied is of such importance to this case that immediate appellate review, if the order should be had. Ooh, Travis, good call. So they wanted it certified that the judge denied their change of venue request. So the court, having determined the order is of such importance in this case that immediate review should be had, the court hereby grants this certificate of immediate review, authorizing the defendant by and through counsel to seek immediate appellate review of this court's order on December 1st of denying the motion to change venue. So the defense team was like, no, we think this is necessary, and we want to go not really above your head, but kind of like off to the side of your head, Judge. And we're going to have the appellate court look at this and see if it's something that they're going to overturn before we even get there. Smoked 2 joints with them before bed. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, she's hanging out. That was one of the reasons I thought it was kind of important, because I'm like, dude, like, you're just fucking chilling, smoking a bowl with your parents, and then you're like, I'm so mad at you. I'm so high. I'm so mad at you. Like, not to say that they're not out there. Most people when they're high, they're not like pissed off. You know what I mean? I'm just like, it's a reefer madness. Okay. Clip. That's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to show you guys the clip, and then we're going to go to what they've had the one court hearing. She waived her right to shit. Arraignment? I can tell I need to start wrapping this up because I'm like starting to lose my words. She waived her right to her arraignment, I believe. Yeah. Yep, arraignment. And then so they had the bond hearing, which is which we have to watch. But I want to show you guys this clip first. Yeah, it was the arraignment. That's why I'm like, I don't even know. Words are starting to get lost, so that is the problem. But as I sit here right now, I only think there's like 2 more things I want to show you guys. So we should be wrapping up. Like I said, you guys want more in-depth, you want to go through everything with like a fine-tooth comb, hit up Critical True Crimes channel.
Does the public need to?
And you'll find that there. And then, like I said, we'll continue to dive into it because this is definitely something that I want to watch. I should say I don't want to watch them railroad a 17-year-old girl for a crime she did not commit. Gretel, I'm dubbing right after this. I don't smoke. I haven't smoked weed since I was young, and it's legal here, so. Okay, I'm gonna mute because this audio player, sometimes it'll have a really bad echo. You may actually have an echo going right now.
No, about Sarah Grace Patrick that we're not hearing. Because again, we're hearing now that she's
so for context, this is Lauren from Hidden True Crime. I'm going to use 1 minute and 30 seconds of a video during a fair use non-copyright infringement of this over almost 3-hour live. This is her channel interviewing, this is Kim, which is the sister of James, who goes by Jamie, the stepdad. So just a heads up, just want to put that disclaimer out there. So she is interviewing, didn't cover the case at all, nothing about it, and then just randomly is interviewing Kim, which is James's, is it Kim's sister? No. It's not Kim's sister. It's not Kim's sister. It's not Kristen's sister. It's James' sister, right? Okay, I get them confused. So if I'm wrong, so it's Kristen, but it's a different Kristen. This is Kim's daughter. Okay, so this is James's niece. This is James's niece. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. James's niece.
She's not who the media has painted. And does the public need to know about Sarah Grace Patrick that we're not hearing? Because again, we're hearing now that she's not who the media has painted, and that she is traumatized by losing her mother, and that she has cried and given a eulogy. What do we need to understand about Sarah?
I think we can start with the eulogy. It's public knowledge now that the investigators immediately thought it was a red flag that she said, "I'm sorry," at the end of her eulogy. That video has been out since, I'm pretty sure, the day after the funeral. Her dad posted it. It's been public this entire time. But what people don't know is that after she got done and the funeral was over, she went one by one to everybody in my family, everybody that knew James, and also hugged us and said she was sorry, which is an odd thing to say when your mother was murdered. You know, we don't know exactly what she meant by that, so I'm not going to say that I do, but if it's weird that she said, "I'm sorry," in the eulogy, it's very weird that she went around and said that she was sorry to people who lost, and we did. We lost an uncle and a brother and a friend, but she lost her mother. We were sorry.
That is interesting because an investigator has stated people have pointed out that at the end of her eulogy, Sarah said sorry, but some people thought that meant sorry she was crying. But you're saying that the sorries continued after the eulogy.
Absolutely.
To too many people.
Not only did the sorries continue on the day of the funeral, the sorries continued to my mom in particular, and I can speak for my mom. That's why I'm here, is to speak on behalf of our family. You might see my face, but this is from everyone. But she continued to call and text my mom for 5 months, multiple times a week, to tell her that she was sorry that Jamie was dead, and she was sorry that she lost her brother. And I mean, she manipulated and lied to my mom and tortured her for 5 months.
Did you suspect her? Did any of your side of the family suspect Sarah Grace as being responsible for this, or did your mother, James's sister, believe her?
Nobody believed her.
Really?
I don't know anybody that believed her. and I can't speak for her family. And I
Damn. Yeah, tortured. She tortured James's sister, her mother. But did you hear? I don't know if I can find the exact spot.
The public need to know.
But so she says in here that she thought it was really weird that Sarah went around after the funeral and apologized to James's family members. Like, I'm sorry for your loss. And then she's like, she lost her mom and her stepdad. Like, we were sorry. So if they're sorry, if they feel sorry for Sarah, why does it make Sarah guilty if she feels sorry for them losing their uncle, their brother, their son? How does that make sense? She even says in the interview, we were sorry for her. So like why was she sorry for us? She's guilty of something. I just thought that was so crazy. I was like, you just said that you felt the same way for her that she felt for you, but now you think she's guilty. And then she says nobody believed her. That's not true. I didn't play those interviews, but there's interviews of like her grandpa, obviously her dad absolutely believes her that she's innocent. There is such a thing as survivor's guilt. Like, I'm so sorry I couldn't help them. I'm so sorry that I didn't know. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry that you're sad. Yeah, this is nuts to me. Hey, Glitter Witch. Okay, so let's go to, oh, let me get rid of that. Let's go to, look at the side eye. All right, let's go. Maybe I should have. Okay, I want her walking in because that's like a huge issue. There's your judge.
I appreciate the attorneys working with me. The request for bond, I believe, was done on July 11th, and I was in compliance with getting that scheduled in the time frame that was necessary. But because of some surrounding factors, I believe both the state and defense agreed to put that out to this day and was allowed me to specially set it so that we could accommodate a little more of the public and actually have an open courtroom that could account for everyone. So I appreciate both sides, state and defense, working with me with rescheduling that, placing it on for today. I do want to start. I know that this is a case of great interest to a lot of people, and I do know that we have media in the courtroom. But I want to remind everyone in the gallery.
So there's your gallery. And so just pay attention to there's people in the gallery, right?
That this is
Family.
Not daytime court TV, and this is not for entertainment. We're here to simply apply the law to this motion for bond, and that's my job, to simply listen to both sides and apply the law fairly and justly, and I'm going to do that to the best of my ability. If anyone chooses to act out, this is your only warning. I will hold you in contempt because we will keep an orderly courtroom. So as long as everybody follows those rules, we'll be perfectly fine, and we'll get through this easily and safely, and we'll get it done. With that, defense, you have made a motion for bond. It's your motion. Are y'all ready to proceed?
We already are.
All right, state, are y'all ready as well? All right, defense. I'm motioning for them. They're going to grab it. Yep. Did y'all need to approach about anything before we get started? Okay. Media, what I did is I just followed my rule. The first to send in a rule is the media that got to place their camera in the courtroom. That was Court TV, I believe. They know how to pull. The order's been out there. They should have everything and accommodate everyone with getting you all that you need.
There you go.
Because that's the rules.
So this is a big part right here that is publicly criticized or social media criticized. Is her face when she walks into this courtroom. So just pay attention.
For sure, they know how to do that, and will accommodate all other media outlets for what you need.
She smiled when she walked in. Smiled at people and when she walked in. at her family and her supporters, or her High True Crime with Eve. She smiles. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of issues in the backside of that family. There's like mom and bio dad, like restraining orders and domestic violence complaints. And I mean, there's a lot to the background. I'll try to do is a little bit more research on the parental units and the family units, obviously not the other children, and just see, maybe I'll just do a separate stream on just everything I can find on that side of like the spectrum. Like that would lead us to maybe third party kind of looking at. So I'll probably do a different stream for that and start digging into different pieces of it like we do with every other case. Yeah, she's been locked away and smiled at her family.
All right.
I will be bullied for victim blaming.
All right, this is State of Georgia versus Sarah Grace Patrick. Again, defense. This is your motion. On your motion for bond, you ready to proceed?
I just want to give you guys a heads up. I'm going to play this. I'm not going to be able to pause it. I'm going to run to the restroom, okay?
I am not. And State, you ready as well? All right, defense, this is your motion, so whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. I'd like to call Ben Bonner as my first witness.
All right, have Mr. Bonner, please.
Believe he stepped out in the hallway. There was no room for him.
That's fine. If we can announce for Mr. Bonner. Yes, sir. If you'll come around and come up here, if you'll remain standing and just raise your right hand when you get up here, okay? You remain standing, raise your right hand. You swear affirm the statements you give before the court today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. All right, you may be seated. If you would, just slide that mic closer to you when you sit down and just speak loudly and clearly into the microphone. Yes. All right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bonner.
Good morning.
Or should I say pastor?
Just Ben.
Oh, just Ben. All right. You are you where do you work?
I'm lead pastor at Catalyst Church, Carrollton, Georgia.
That's here in Carrollton, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
About how far is it from this location?
113, couple miles. I'm geographically challenged, not my gift, but 2 to 4 miles,
Okay.
I guess.
About how many minutes would you think?
From here, depends on time of day, 5 to 10.
All right, 5 to 10 minutes, so not very far.
No, ma'am.
How long have you been the pastor at Catalyst Church in Carrollton?
We started Catalyst in 2017, so since the beginning, I was one of the founding pastors.
And do you have services every week?
Every week.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
what days are those services on?
We have 2 services on Sunday, 9 and 10:30.
Now, in relation to this case, were you asked to write a letter?
Oh, Bob, I think there's a chance. I absolutely think that you should take a peek at it. I absolutely think you should take a peek at it. I think that there's a good chance that this girl's going to get railroaded. I mean, the struggle is there's not a lot of information about the evidence they have against her, besides the public information officer just saying, we have mountains of evidence. That's it. But as of right now, her trial starts on January 5th of 2026.
About Sarah's character.
Yes, I was asked to write a letter. Well, I honestly offered anything I could do to help any of the family. Want to be supported.
If you want, like this stream, I've tried to go through as much as I can from beginning of the case, Bob, to like through court documents, through, now we're at the only hearing that's actually happened, which is the bond hearing. I've tried to go through all of it. So if you want to, even if you want to watch it like on 2 times speed and just like kind of see what you think of it, But I think that there's a really good chance that there's third-party suspects out there. Rumor is that she has all these Google searches. I'm not a believer until I see more.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense bond exhibit 2. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I actually brought a copy, so in case I need to read it.
Is that your letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anything been altered or deleted from it?
No.
Defense seeks to tender defense bond exhibit 2.
Any objection from the state? All right, it'll be admitted. Thank you.
Now, Pastor, would you read that letter that you prepared?
Yes. To Honorable Judge, my name is Ben Bonner, and I serve as lead pastor at Catalyst Church in Carrollton, Georgia. I'm writing on behalf of Sarah Grace Patrick, a young woman who's been a part of our church family for about a year now. Sarah Grace first came to Catalyst around a year ago. From the beginning, she was eager to grow in her faith and get involved. She made a personal decision to be baptized.
Just for clarification, they never filed for a speedy. They've never waived their right to a speedy. Big difference there. So she has the right to a speedy trial regardless, and she's never waived her right to a speedy trial. They asked for a continuance to push off the trial to the next calendar event for trials. If they go and say, hey, we're going to waive our right to a speedy trial, you're talking trial in 2027. Very big difference in those two things. So it's, Bob.
Pass along.
Bob, it's Carroll County. It's Carroll County, Georgia. Little sister was in the house, 5 years old, finds the mom and, well, her mom and dad, but Sarah's mom and stepdad at 7:15 in the morning. City of Carrollton in Carroll County, Georgia. Yes. So little sister was in the home. Little brother was not. Little brother was at dad's. I believe he was at dad's.
Not long after attending, and has stayed consistently connected to the church ever since. She didn't just show up on Sundays. She came during the week as well, asked questions, served, invited others, including her boyfriend at the time, and clearly found a place where she felt at home. Throughout the past year, and even through the challenges of this year, she has continued to attend services regularly. She and her family often travel over an hour just to be with us. I've spoken and prayed with Sarah Grace many times throughout this season. Her commitment to staying grounded in her faith and connected to a healthy community has remained steady. She's even called from jail multiple times so I could pray with her. Her father has also become an active part of the church. He was baptized recently, and he still comes to services faithfully. It's a privilege to walk with their family during such a difficult time, and we love and care for them deeply. If it's possible and the court sees fit to grant Sarah Grace bond, we would gladly continue to walk alongside her as a church. We believe having her with her family and church community is an important part of her support system. We're committed to loving her well, encouraging her, and helping her continue on a positive path. Thank you for your time considering this. Sincerely, Ben Bonner.
Thank you. Pastor, are there other members of your church, the congregation here in the courtroom with us, or are you in the hallway?
They're in the hallway. I brought a few staff, and then there's some other church families spread out that were connected to Kristen, James, Sarah Grace, all the family, which they brought to the church.
Okay. Now, you said that Sarah and her family came back in August of last year. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When they came, were they just attending, or were they further engaged in activities at the church?
No, they the entire family, James, Kristen, Sarah Grace, they jumped right in. That's why it's hard. They became very, very beloved between August and February. I mean, our church family adores all of them, everybody, we're for the entire family. So.
Okay. And Sarah, specifically as it relates to Sarah Grace, was she involved or engaged in other programs throughout the church other than attending Sunday services?
Yes.
We don't know that for sure, but that is kind of the consensus by looking at what they're stating that they have, Bob. Like, they are going to use the TikToks as part of her motive, that she wanted the attention. So the public doesn't have much information from anybody, involved in the case. You don't like social media anyway, not just for your children. What are you talking about? So it seems that like the consciousness of guilt and the motive behind the crime, because they're not really even when she was arrested, they're like, yeah, we really don't know what the motive was. Like, we're still working on it in our investigation.
The entire family in multiple teams. The entire family, multiple teams, from cleaning to kids, kids ministry. There was, I have a staff now, so and a lot of team leaders. The church looks a lot different the last several years with growth, but they were engaged in multiple teams. And if you ever need me to give a list, because I don't want to misspeak, I could get an actual list of all that things the family, Sarah Grace, were engaged in.
But just safe to say they were involved in more than just Sunday service.
Yes, they were there in the week. They were there during the week, not just on Sundays helping.
All right. Now, you said in your letter that family still comes over an hour to come to your church on Sunday.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you referencing DJ?
DJ, yes, DJ, and then DJ Junior, little DJ, and everybody still comes except, of course, Jaylee, because she lives away with her grandmother. That's a long drive, but they all actively come and consistently. Even now that Sarah Grace hasn't been able to come, they continue to come consistently.
And just for clarity, who is DJ?
Sarah Grace's father. Thank you. I want to make sure I'm clear.
No problem. Now, you indicated that you would do whatever in your letter to help in this regard. With
I don't know if you guys are thanking me, but you don't need to. Like, you're very welcome. I don't know if that's for me or somebody in chat, but on my end, I'm happy to talk about it.
Facilitated people.
I mean, not happy, but you know what I mean.
Over the years, multiple times I have come to this room a couple of times and offered to facilitate any way that would, if there's any way to make the court and you feel comfortable, we'll do anything we can to facilitate. We just want to help. Y'all have a great call, and ours is to support love. Y'all are the jury and the judges, and so anything we can do, we're willing to help, to make that happen.
And coming to a close here, you indicated that Sarah still calls you while she's been incarcerated. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you have conversations with Sarah, are the substance of those conversations about do you believe me or anything like that?
Two things she calls us. It's been two things every time. One is to thank me for everything, and particularly for her dad. He's just engaged. He's growing. He's really growing his relationship with God. I can never make sense of tragedies like this. It's terrible what everybody's been through, but watching Beauty for Ashes and seeing DJ love the Lord and engage in his faith is beautiful. So she'll call me first. He came to the altar a couple of times. We've been able to pray with him recently. So there's victories that she'll call and thank me and then ask me to pray for her. And she's actually reading some books that were recommended to her that changed my mother's life. My mother was a pretty rough addict, and those books vicariously through her changed mine. And so she's reading them, and so she'll talk to me about that. So it's three things: prayer, thankfulness, and what she's reading.
All right, that's all I have for you, Ben. The state may have some questions for you.
Okay, thanks. State?
I don't have any questions for you, Pastor. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Pastor Garner, you testified, so you're welcome to stay in the courtroom unless y'all think there's any other reason.
Let me move on to the next one.
All right, you can remain in the courtroom if there's room.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Defense now calls Katie O'Keefe.
Katie O'Keefe.
You all know this one.
Man, if you'll come up, just remain standing, raise your right hand once you're.
Katie.
All right, you raise your right hand. You swear firm the statements you give before the court today, the truth,
Yep,
the whole
Katie.
truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Maybe say, if you would, just speak loudly and clearly into the microphone.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you.
Is it okay if I call you Katie?
Yeah, for it.
Okay. All right, Katie. How do you know Sarah Grace?
You need that spelling.
Katie's like, I'm not going to watch
My name's actually
myself.
Caitlin.
Could you state your name?
My name's
Spell it,
Caitlin
please.
O'Keefe, Kaitlin, O''Keefe.
All right. How do you know Sarah Grace?
I met Sarah about 3 days after all this happened with her mom and dad.
And how did you come to meet
I was friends with her dad. We used to play cell phone games. He told me what happened. Told me that the kids didn't have any clothes.
Yes, Carla.
Because the house was closed off, they didn't have anything.
I do. I think I only have it on 1.25. Let me just double check. I do. I only have it on 1.25, but yeah, because they talk so slow. It's got that southern draw.
So I've taken in a child or two in my time, so my heart broke for it, and I was like, please let me take her shopping. So I came and picked Sarah up and took her to get clothes, underwear, deodorant, your basics.
And since that time, so that would that have been in February?
It was February 23rd or 4th, I believe. Yeah.
And since that time, did you continue a relationship?
Yeah, this is the bond hearing.
Yeah, Sarah actually ended up moving in with me. It was a better situation for her. I had an extra bedroom. She came to stay with me after everything happened with her mom. I used to lay in the bed. She would cry and sob, and I'd watch her grieve.
Did you have any disciplinary problems or any type of issues with Sarah while she was at your house?
Not even one, honestly. Like, I've had some teenagers, and one that gave me a hard time, and Sarah was a pleasure. She was easy.
Right.
Do you still have a friendship or any type of relationship with other members of Sarah's family?
Yes, I talked to her grandma, grandpa, her dad, and little brother live with me. I talk to Sarah every day.
But since she's been incarcerated, you've spoken to her?
Every day.
Every day. And do you all pray together as Pastor Ben indicated or anything like that?
Every day. You can't stop her from praying.
Bob, this is only the second witness, so you've heard everything we've heard so far. You came in like right at the right time for the pastor, and then now Katie. Yeah, right,
And
Grace
I'm
face.
aware, if at
The
any
mountain.
time during her stay with you, did she have a driver's license?
No, she had her permit, and we would go practice driving. She wasn't ready to get the license yet. She was not ready.
Safer for all of us.
Yeah.
Okay. And does she have access to her own personal vehicle that you know of?
No.
During the time that she was with you, was she attending school?
She actually worked really hard and graduated a year early.
Where was she attending?
She was going to Central here in Carrollton.
And you said she graduated early. What do you mean by that?
And she worked hard. She was on track to graduate early before all this happened. But I mean, even after this happened, like there were some rough times, but when we found like a peaceful moment, I'd be like, let's get your schoolwork done. Let's make your mom proud by showing her you finished this, you know, and that was a big goal for Sarah.
And do you know how old Sarah is?
She's 17.
Did you know, or during the time that she was with you, did she have a job?
She did. She worked down the street at a local restaurant.
Yep.
And do you know if there were any problems that you are aware of at the restaurant?
No, they loved her. They still love her. They ask about her all the time when I go up there.
I believe that's all I have for you. I don't know, the state may have some questions.
Thank you.
State, any questions?
I think I have just one for clarification. You did not know the defendant prior to the shooting, is that right? You got to
No.
know this after? Is that what you-
After.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Can you follow up?
No.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, maybe excused, but you can remain in court, okay? Neither of you asked for sequestration. It's not really necessary here, but y'all are good?
I'm good, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
We call Carrie Jensen.
Carrie Jensen? All right, Ms. Jensen, same as the others. If you'll raise your right hand. You swear affirming statements made before the court today, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. If you'll be seated.
Correct.
Speak loudly and clearly, and let's just start off by stating your name and spelling it for us before we get it down.
Carrie Jensen, CarrieJensen.
All right, Ms. Jensen, how do you know Sarah?
I met Sarah when she was in 7th grade. Her and my daughter became best friends, and I became really good friends with her father and stepmother at the time.
Okay. And so you've known her since 7th grade. How old is that?
13, 12.
Okay. And during that time, have you known Sarah Grace to cause you any problems or get into any mischief with your daughter or anything like that?
Not at all. I mean, they'd fight over boys. But no, she's been an angel.
Just typical teenager stuff.
Typical teenager stuff.
Now, during the course of this case, were you asked to, or did you offer to write a letter in support of it?
I sure did.
May I approach you?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you, Carrie, what's been marked as defensive bond exhibit 7. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And what is it?
It's my letter to Judge Hightower.
And has it been changed or altered or any deletions or additions in any way?
No.
See, so it's defense bond exhibit 7.
Any objection from the state?
Okay.
It's submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry for the numbers being a little off. I didn't know who would be here. Who would be here.
It's all right.
All right. Would you read your letter for the court?
Sure. Dear Judge Hightower, my name is Carrie Jensen, and I'm writing this letter on behalf of Sarah Grace. I first met Sarah when she was in 7th grade. She and my daughter attended
Her attorneys are public defenders.
the same middle school, and her stepsister played softball with my daughter. Our families quickly grew close. Sarah would spend weekends at our house, and my daughter Caitlin would do the same with hers. We've shared camping trips together and weekends at West Point, creating strong bonds between our families. They have been best friends since. At the time, Donald and Kristen were in the middle of a custody battle. When I first met Sarah, she was a little shy, very sweet, kind, and humble. She was cautious around new people, but soon she warmed up to me and once told me I had a motherly presence that made her feel safe. As our relationship grew, she began to open up to me about her past and experiences with Kristen and James. One thing she said that has always stayed with me was, no matter what they've done, I will always forgive them and love them, because deep down, I know that's not who they truly are. This statement showed the depth of Sarah's heart. She truly believes in forgiveness and has always extended the same grace to others. She once told me that holding grudges isn't what God wants for us, and I've carried that wisdom with me ever since. While staying at our house, Sarah was full of life, happy, upbeat, and in many ways a typical teenager. But there were also signs of trauma she endured. She would often apologize for things she never had to, like she would asking for food, taking a shower, or using the bathroom. It was heartbreaking. Despite that, she remained incredibly kind, respectful, and especially patient with my son, who is on the autism spectrum and is the same age as Sarah. She was fiercely protective of him and everyone she cared about. Sarah has a huge heart. She is loving, protective, and deeply rooted in her faith. She has always expressed a strong, She has always expressed a strong desire to work in radiology field and has never been afraid of hard work. Hurting someone simply isn't in her nature or character. Over the years, I have held her through moments of deep pain and tears, and through it all, her love to her family, especially her siblings, Jaylee and Donnie, has remained unwavering. She would never do anything to harm them. She wants only to protect them. I respectfully ask that you consider granting Sarah grace bond. She is not a threat to anyone. She is deeply loved and supported by my family, by me, and her own family. I truly believe she deserves a chance to be home, surrounded by those who care about her. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that she deserves to be home in your opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree, or you can disagree with me, that you would be a part of her village if she were home?
Absolutely.
And what would that entail?
Whatever she needed. If she needed a place to stay, she can stay at our house. She needed rides. Me, my daughter, or my husband would be more than glad to take her anywhere she needed. Whatever she needed is at her disposal with us.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. That's all I have, and if you want me to let us do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may have to.
Yes, ma'am.
State, any questions?
A handful, Bill.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Mike Parrish. I'm representing the state of New State. You said that your daughter and the defendant went to school together, is that right?
Yes, they did.
What school was that?
They went to East Coweta Middle.
Were you aware that at some point the defendant attended an alternative school?
Yes.
And what's that alternative school? How does that function?
I'm really not familiar with that. I'm so sorry.
Is that related to disciplinary issues as far as you understand?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You said you would be part of her village and that she could actually stay with you.
If need be.
You live here in Carrollton?
No, I live in Wadowee, Alabama.
Now, Alabama?
Yeah.
I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Are you reason to hold this witness?
None of them.
You may be released when you say the court.
Caitlin Jensen.
Yeah. Therefore, she went to an alternative school to graduate early because she's a murderer. Do you not see the connection there, Miku's headphones?
All right, Ms. Jensen, come on.
It's so ridiculous.
There you go. Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the statements make before the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got it. All right. Now, you might speak up just a little bit. I know you're nervous. That's a big crowd.
Oh yeah, that's I think what they're gonna do.
So
Drugs, sex,
speak clearly into that microphone, and look, you're
rap music,
so there's nothing to be afraid of.
social media.
Time, take a deep breath. I'm not gonna let anybody get too bad on you, all right? Okay. So grab a seat right there, and let's try it out with your name.
Is the judge?
Say your name loudly.
He's
clearly,
way better looking
and
than
spell
Elton.
it for me.
My name is Caitlin Jensen, CAITLYN, JENSEN.
All right, if you stay right there, we're gonna be okay. If you go when you lower them, I have to pick it up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Sound good?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, Caitlin. How old are you?
I'm 16 years old.
And are you and Sarah friends?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Kill your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I heard your mom say that you guys went to school together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
At East Coweta?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you gone to school together since then, or that was the last time you went to school?
I'm gonna say ninth grade. She started at East Coweta High School, and then she moved.
And that when, do you know if that's when she moved with her mom?
I'm gonna say yes.
Now, so that was ninth grade. But have you guys continued to be friends since then?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say friends, talk to me about what that looks like. Are you guys talking on the phone? On
Via Snapchat sometimes. We would call. I check in on her. I was never allowed over at her house.
But she was allowed at your house?
Yes, ma'am. I could go and get her.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I would go and get her.
Okay, you would go and get it. So you have a car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you have a driver's license?
Yes, ma'am.
And we shouldn't be scared?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm a great driver.
Okay. Now, so.
As every
you guys
16-year-old.
have kept in touch over
Hey,
the
Connie.
years, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when you guys keep in touch, what sort of things do you do?
Well, usually I go and get her, and then we go to the gas station and get something to eat. It's an hour 30 drive back home, so we blast music like teenagers would do, going home. And we go home, and I have a 2-year-old son, and we would play with him for hours until he fell asleep. And then we watch movies. Okay. That's what we do.
Hold on. Did she just say she has a 2-year-old son? Did I hear that right? Or does somebody else have a 2-year-old son that they play with? Not allowed to have any friends over. What? She's 16. She's 16 years old right now on the stand. Oh God. Okay.
At any time have you, well, let me ask this. Have you talked to Sarah since she's been incarcerated?
I have.
And what are those conversations been like?
Telling me she loves me. She's so thankful for me. She's excited to get to go on the jet skis again one day, have fun, be a teenager, and then we pray.
Now, are you attending church too?
I used to.
But you're not at Catholic church?
No, ma'am.
Because
It's
too
far.
far away.
That is far.
No problem. Now, were you in contact with Sarah after the incident happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have any concerns about?
You're also a baby
Sarah
having a
leaving
baby.
or running or trying to get away anywhere?
No.
Okay. Did she ask you to come pick her up and take her back to Alabama and hire her or anything like that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
State any questions?
I just have one good. When was the last time that the defendant was in Alabama at your house?
I really don't remember the date. It was the day I took her. She said she may get her phone back, and I took her that day. And then I took her to Wodowie. We were gonna have a sleepover, and then we got the phone call that she needed to come back home.
Okay. If I were to tell you that she was arrested July 9th, you'd say sometime in the days just before that.
July 8th.
July 8th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
No further questions.
Okay, so like Sarah didn't want her over at the house because of the condition of the house with the 2-year-old. That kind of, I mean, that makes sense. Hey, well, you want to, if you want, I mean, we're 3 hours in now, but I mean, I've tried to cover everything from the history to the court documents to her TikToks to, I think I've tried to cover as much as I could in 3 hours, and we'll probably be on for at least another half hour. So if you want background on it, by all means, like go shoot back to the beginning, or you want more of a deep dive. Critical True Crime has been covering it for a couple of months.
Call this witness.
No, you're not.
All right, you may step down.
Damn, for real?
Tasha Meza.
Tasha Meza.
M-E-Z-A. She's outside, I believe.
Ms. Williams, how many more witnesses you got?
Is it the one?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more.
Okay. You're gonna come up here and you'll walk around that area here and come up. I'll give you some direction. Make sure. All right, you'll come on and remain standing and raise your right hand. You swear affirm the statements you give for the court today, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be on. All right, you may be seated. If you would speak loudly and clearly to that microphone, and let's start off by just stating your name and spelling it from a court reporter.
Tasha Mesa, Tasha. That's an MEZA.
Thank you.
Ms. Meza, how do you know Sarah Grace?
I met Sarah after me and Kristen became friends. I was at the doctor's office and just invited her to church. And then we became really good friends.
And when you say church, are you talking about the Catholic church?
Yep.
Where Pastor Ben is, or Ben is the pastor?
Yes.
Now, when you invited them to church, did they ever come?
Yeah. 2 weeks later, they come.
And did they continue to come after that?
Every Sunday.
To your knowledge, were they involved in activities throughout the week or just Sunday service?
At first, it just started as Sunday service, and then as they grew in the church, they became more involved.
Now, you were able to observe or spend time with and have a relationship with Sarah Grace personally?
Yes, her and my daughter were friends, so I've seen them quite often.
And so, since you go to the Catholic church, I'm assuming you stay local somewhere close by?
Yeah, I only stay about 2 minutes from the church.
2 minutes from the church. So, what, 7 minutes from here, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. And at any point, okay, so let me ask you this: when did you meet Kristen?
It was back in August.
Of last year.
Yes.
And when you met her during that time, how often would you say that you had occasion to spend with her and Sarah?
For the beginning of the part, we just stayed on the phone mainly, and then as we grew closer, we went to birthday parties and cookouts and that sort of thing. So I mean, it was a few times.
But would you agree that most of the time you spent with that church?
Yes.
Now, did you hear Pastor Ben testify?
A little bit.
Okay, a little bit. He indicated that he and the church would be willing to facilitate Sarah in any way if the Judge Hightower were to give her a bond. Are you do you share that sentiment?
I agree.
And would you be willing to be a part of Sarah's village to help facilitate her here in Carrollton and somewhere?
I've already been a part of it, so I'm not going to stop now.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
State any questions? You're good. Any reason to hold the witness?
No, you don't.
All right, you can be excused.
My last witness is Ms. Shavina Rogers.
Attorneys, can you approach just a minute? Spell it from a court reporter, please.
My name is Shavina Rogers, spelled Shaveena. Last name Rogers, Rogers.
All right, Ms. Rogers, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the state of Georgia at the Georgia Public Defender Council.
And what's your job title?
I'm a criminal defense investigator.
And are you a criminal defense investigator for me in my office?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you been working on this case in my direction?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall me asking you to run a GCIC on Sarah Grace Patrick?
Yes.
And would you briefly explain what a GCIC is?
GCIC is a Georgia Criminal Investigation Center, and it's ran by the GBI, the Georgia Bureau Investigation. Crime System.
No worries, Katie. Thank you so much for being here. If you got to go to bed, go to bed. Yeah, absolutely. So I just thank you for being here and for all the info that you've shared. You know, if I've messed up something, you've helped me correct it. So I appreciate you. I just thank you for coming. So yeah, go get some rest.
And what I do is for each client, I run their CCH, client or witnesses of each case. I run their CCH, and that's their computerized criminal history.
Okay. And did you do that for this case?
I did.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defensive bond exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's Sarah Grace Patrick's criminal history record.
Okay, and is that the criminal history record that you ran through?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the report that you received once you put it into the computer?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Since you admit defense bond exhibit 1.
Any objection from the state?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
Now, when you ran that GCIC or criminal history on Sarah Grace Patrick, was there any return?
Just one.
Okay, and what was that return?
What we are here for today, the same case number.
Okay. And would that indicate to you that she had not been arrested in the state of Georgia for anything else?
No prior criminal history.
Now, in the course of also investigating this case, have you talked to witnesses? I'm sorry, not witnesses. People who wanted to stand in support of Sarah.
I have.
And were you sent emails letters about their support?
Several of them, yes, ma'am.
Ms. Williams, while he looks at that, on the GCIC, since it's been admitted, have you redacted any personal information that's on there? Because what we may need to do, I haven't seen it yet, but sometimes there's personal identifying information that needs to be redacted.
I have not. I can provide court with a redacted copy.
Okay, either that or we can get my clerk to black it out.
That would be fine.
Okay, all right. State, I'm assuming no objection to making those redactions. I think those would be appropriate.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, Ms. Roberts, I'm showing you what's been marked, and sorry again for the jump around on numbers. As defense bond exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Do you recognize those?
Give me a second.
Facts, Bob. That's facts right there.
I do.
And what are they?
These are character witnesses letters that were sent for Sarah Patrick.
Did you receive those in your email?
I did.
Your state issued email address?
Yes, ma'am.
And have they been changed and altered in any way since you received them in that form?
No, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, did you run those copies for me?
I did.
For today?
Yes.
Okay. Seek to admit defense bond exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9.
Any objection from the state?
Okay.
All right, they're admitted.
Now, with those letters, I don't know if the court prefers if Ms. Roberts were to read them or if the court can read them at your meeting.
I'll read them.
Okay. All right, you'll hand those to.
In the GCIC.
Now, during the course of me asking you to do some investigation on this case, were you able to determine if Sarah Grace was working at before she was arrested?
She was working at Subway.
Okay. Was that Subway in Carrollton, Georgia?
Yes.
And were you able to speak to her supervisor?
I was put on hold. They seemed very busy. I had to call multiple times for someone to even answer the phone.
Subway was hopping.
Letter from her supervisor?
Yes.
And was that letter one of those letters that we just entered into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was one of that letter in support of Sarah?
Yes.
Now, the GCIC that you ran, and I'm double back into that, did it indicate that Sarah Grace had a driver's license?
No.
Right, I believe it's all.
No, I went to the Subway.
State, any questions?
Just a couple of them.
Yeah, they do. They're like, we're not answering the damn phone.
Did you look into any other areas where the defendant lived over the past 5 years?
I didn't. I spoke with family members, but that's about it.
You don't know what other areas she was living in over the past 5 years?
I believe she was living in Fairburn at one point, Sonoya, Georgia at one point.
Fairburn, Sonoma?
Yes.
Was it one other than Carrollton you're aware of?
Yes.
Did you look into the alternative school that she had?
I did not.
Can you pull up that GCIC one more time for me?
Sure.
Ma'am.
Can you just tell me what the charges she currently has in this case are?
2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault.
I have other questions.
No problem.
Do you follow up?
Another part.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fence.
That's all for witnesses, John. We're not for argument.
Okay. State, you're gonna be up next, but if you're gonna give me just a few minutes, let me read through these letters. Okay.
Well, the only investigation we truly know is that they really looked hard to find the gun. That's what we know. They really were trying to find the gun. They drained the pond. They used metal detectors. They tore down some walls inside the house. They were really looking for this gun that they have not found. And then I'm assuming a bunch is going to be digital evidence based on her being 16 and on social media and texting her friends and stuff. Yeah, and they still weren't successful. Well, this is why they think that there's another person involved. Like, she's not the only one who did this. And they checked Richard Allen's house. You know what? That's probably a question for maybe Critical True Crime. Do you know the answer to that? I don't. You know the parent, no weapons in the house, Heidi said. There you go. Yeah, I didn't think so, but I didn't want to answer that and be wrong because that was one of the big things was how she even got access to a gun. But yet somebody had pulled a gun on the stepdad like the week prior. You can't smile. People are going to get real mad. Don't you dare put a smile on your face.
You raise your hand. You swear to affirm the statements given before the court today, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You speak clearly.
Okay. The other weird thing is there's cameras everywhere around the property and inside the home, and they weren't working. I don't know for how long. Lowlight, no, she's 17 now. She was 16 at the time of the crime, which was January 20th of 2025. Not January, February 20th of 2025. So she was 16 then, 17 now.
Loudly in that microphone. You'll start off by just stating your name and spelling it for my court.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kim Bowling, K-I-M.
No. Let me tell you. His name is that young brother I just and take your time.
Okay, so the interview that we watched the minute and 50 seconds of from Hidden True Crime is her daughter. That I get them confused. So this is Kim. The other one is Kristen.
This morning, so take a deep breath and take your time.
B-O-W-L-I-N-G.
Sister.
Ms. Bowling,
Yes,
can you go ahead and tell us how you're related to this case?
Jamie is my brother, my only brother I have left, my only sibling I have had.
And like the judge said, you take your time. What do you think the judge needs to know about what's going on with you and your family?
I have something to read. Your Honor, my name is Kim Bowling, and I'm Jamie's sister. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Since this tragic day, my brother Jamie and his wife Kristen were taken from us. I have become their voice as they no longer have one. I would like to share how this brutal tragedy has affected me. I not only lost my brother, but also my sister-in-law in the most horrific way imaginable. Every night I lie awake.
From my understanding, she didn't like her sister-in-law. Can somebody in chat clarify that? Because I don't think she liked her sister-in-law.
Unable to sleep, haunted by the thought of what my brother Jamie and Kristen might have experienced in those final moments.
Okay. And I don't mean to keep pausing this. Yeah, she did not like her sister-in-law. She hated her. From everything that has been reported publicly, both Kristen and Jamie, were asleep at the time of the crime. And she goes into like what they were thinking when it happened. Again, we don't have all the information, but from what I do know, they were not awake.
With the possibility that they were awake when the defendant entered their room with a gun. And I imagine their terror in their final breaths. The defendant is charged with the brutal murders of my brother, Jamie, and my sister-in-law while they were lying in their bed. shot multiple times, including both shot in the head.
Okay, I have to ask, since this is, you guys are attorneys in chat, like, I've watched a lot of hearings, and why does this entire thing remind me of like a sentencing hearing versus a bond hearing? I don't know. Like, she's up here stating like the defendant is like just guilty, like she's been found guilty. Right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's typically not allowed to. Thank you. Because I'm like, this is crazy.
He was.
Mr. Parrish, can you do that? Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
My 5-year-old niece was then woke up to find their parents lifeless. The trauma this innocent child will carry for the rest of her life is unfathomable. And what makes this even more heartbreaking is that her sister loved the defendant. She looked up to her, and for reasons I will never understand, the defendant caused such imaginable pain. And I'm so thankful that Jaylee's life was spared. With all of this in mind, I am deeply concerned about Jaylee's safety should the defendant be released on bond. Jamie and Kristen had turned their lives around. They were actively involved in church, had found happiness, and were living a great life. They did not deserve what happened to them. I ask you, please consider the following factors when deciding whether to grant a bond. My first concern is flight risk. The defendant has financial resources provided by the immediate family, which would enable her to flee. Her family maintains that
she turned herself in. They contacted her and said, "We have a warrant for your arrest," and her dad were like, "Okay, we'll be there." She didn't even try to flee. She literally drove herself to the police station.
Is innocent, and given her manipulative behavior, I believe she may attempt to flee. Second concern is witness intimidation. The defendant has shown a pattern of intimidation towards family members and others with knowledge of the crime. I fear that if she's released, she will continue this behavior to silence.
Give me a fucking example. Don't just say she did it. Give me an example. Tell me what she did.
Anyone who could testify against her. My third concern is evidence. The brutality of these murders is not in dispute. My family and I have seen the death certificates, and although we are not aware of exactly how many shots were fired, we do know that there were multiple gunshots to both Jamie and Kristen. Personal safety. If the defendant can kill her own parents in such a violent manner, I fear for my own safety and the safety of my family and friends. The possibility that she could harm us is terrifying, and I urge you to consider this in your decision. I believe in our support, and I support our justice system and the hard work of Carroll County Sheriff's Office and investigators. And most importantly, I'm a Christian who believes in Jesus Christ. My prayer is that justice will be served for Jamie and Kristen, and their bond will be denied for the defendant, as she has shown that she is capable of extreme violence and manipulation.
No.
Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak and share my concerns. Thank you, Your Honor.
She hasn't shown anything. You just convicted her in for her bond hearing. And then you're just saying she's doing all these things with zero examples of what she's actually done or proof that she's done any of those things. Look at her crying. She's like, "You're supposed to be my fucking family, bitch."
Our next witness is going to be Tristan Ball.
Oh my gosh, that was awful.
Mr. Brock,
Oh, he's
raise
got
your
the
right hand.
elephant
You swear
nose.
affirm the same as you give before this court today, with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You'll be seated. Speak loudly and clearly in that microphone. Let's start with your name and then spell it, okay?
Yes, sir. My name is Tristan Brock, TrystenBrock.
Mr. Brock, how are you related to this case?
I am James' oldest son.
And what do you think the judge needs to do?
Yes, sir, I put together a statement.
His dad and stepmom.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Tristan Brock. I am James' oldest son. First, I wanted to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to share with the court how my life has been affected by this heinous crime. Your Honor, it feels like I'm living in a nightmare. I'm depressed. I struggle to sleep. I can't even walk in my own living room without seeing his urn and be reminded of everything all over again. I miss my father deeply. I wish I could see him again. I wish he could have met his grandson. And above all, I wish I could just hear his voice one more time. But instead now, what I have is an urn that represents memories we made and the countless memories that will never be. As a little boy, I believed my dad was the strongest Superman, that no matter what happened, he would always be there. But that belief, that dream, is now a shattered illusion. And instead of healing, I find myself reliving the shock, pain, and confusion every single day. I haven't even been able to begin to grieve. Before you make your decision regarding bond, I respectfully ask that you consider several critical factors. First and foremost, I believe the defendant poses a serious flight risk. Her family has significant financial resources and a wide support network, both of which could easily be used to help her evade law enforcement if she were released. These are not speculative concerns. They are grounded in the reality of her background and the means available to her. Additionally, based on her past behavior and what I know of her personally, I do not believe she has the integrity or accountability required to face the consequences of her actions. She has shown a willingness to avoid responsibility, and in my opinion, she would absolutely attempt to flee rather than stand trial if given the opportunity.
What?
In
There's
addition to
nothing
this
to say that that's factual. Like they're just making that up. We think she's gonna flee. Her record actually speaks to the exact opposite. Where are they getting that from? And I would be very curious, like how well do you even know your stepsister?
At the risk of flight, I am deeply concerned for the safety of my family. The gruesome and violent details of this case have shown me that the defendant has a disturbing lack of regard for human life. If someone is capable of what happened here, then I cannot ignore the real possibility that she could pose a threat to those of us left behind, especially if she were released on bond. This case has already caused immense pain and trauma to my family. The thought of the defendant walking free, even temporarily, only adds to our fear, anxiety, and inability to begin healing. In closing, I just want to say that this loss has left a permanent void in my life and in the lives of everyone who loved my father. He was more than a victim of a terrible crime. He was my father, a husband, a man trying to grow, to change, to build a better life. His death has caused unimaginable pain, and the emotional weight of this tragedy is something I carry with me every single day. All I ask is that the court considers this deep impact that this has had on our family and the ongoing fear, grief, and trauma we continue to live with. I speak today not out of anger, but out of heartbreak, hoping that justice will honor the life my father lived and the future he was fighting for. I urge the court to take all this into account when determining bond and to prioritize the safety of the community and integrity of these proceedings. Thank you for giving me the chance to be heard.
I don't have any other questions for you.
No question.
Any reason to hold this witness?
Yeah.
Step down. Thank you.
Judge say that's one more witness. And that would be Kelly Brown.
Kelly Brown.
And we'll be reading a statement on behalf of the 12-year-old son of James Brock. His name is Jaden Brock, J-A-Y-D-E-N.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. If you remain standing, raise your right hand. You swear affirm statements to make before the court today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you may proceed. If you would, speak loudly and clearly in the microphone. Let's start with your name and spelling, please.
My name is Kelly Brown, Kellie-B-R-A-W-N. Your Honor, I'm speaking this morning on behalf of the 12-year-old son of Jamie Brock. He is not able to emotionally speak in front of people. He is here in the courtroom today. So I'm just going to read you his.
Is this the other son's mom? Is this the other son's mom? Is this Jamie's other son's mom?
What he wrote, okay? My name is Jaden Brock, and I'm 12 years old. I wanted to talk today because my dad and stepmom was shot and killed.
Okay, where is this kid's mom? She's kid, but why where's this kid's mom? Why is the kid's mom not talking on behalf of him? Yeah, they fucking wrote a statement for this 12-year-old and said, hey, he's not able to speak. Well, can we ask him? Maybe he does have something he wants to say. And where the fuck is his mom? What the hell is going on here? You are literally nobody. Where is his mother?
I miss him every day. My dad was my hero and the person I looked up to the most.
Yeah,
we did everything together. He helped me with school, and he always made me laugh.
Exactly.
And we joked around a lot. Since he died, everything has changed. I feel sad and confused. It's hard to sleep. It's hard to focus. And it's even hard to smile sometimes. I still wait to hear his voice or see him walk through the door, but I know that will never happen again. What makes me more sad is I trusted Sarah, and I loved her like a sister. Why would she do this to me? And why would she hurt everyone like this? I don't understand why someone would do this, but I know it is not right. My dad and Kristen didn't deserve this. No one does. And I don't think someone who could do something like this should be allowed to go free right now. I wouldn't feel safe, and I would be so scared. Please think about what my family is going through.
Fucking
I hope you make a
Aunt
decision
Kim wrote
that
this
protects
shit.
us
This is
and remembers
disgusting.
who my dad was. A good man,
Somebody
a
needs to
loving
get
dad who didn't deserve to die. Thank
that
you for listening
child
to me.
actual liaison.
His statement.
I don't have the other question.
Can't ask her any questions. She doesn't fucking know anything.
Ms. Brown,
You think, Kelly actually wrote it? You don't think Kim had any hand in that?
I am not related to the family.
Oh,
I
yeah.
grew up with Kim, and I've known Jamie since he was 2.
Okay, friends with Kim and Dave.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present when that statement was written, or was it just handed to you?
No, I was not present. No. It was
No.
written by Jaden, his mom, and Kim helped.
What?
I
Yeah,
was
Kim
just
wrote it.
And they told you that he put it.
Yes.
What the fuck?
And you would agree with me that nothing in the letter says that Sarah Grace was a threat to.
She wasn't even there when the kid wrote the letter. Why is she talking at all? She has nothing. Go away. You have nothing. You are nobody. What is this?
Jaden when they were living together.
He never expressed that to me, ma'am. I would agree with that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're
Any reason
irrelevant.
to hold this witness, even though she's speaking on someone else's behalf?
Your entire person is irrelevant.
Thank you.
You are the witnesses, so say those only argument.
All right.
Michael
I'm ready for
Seidman.
argument.
Bob, you gonna get yourself some of those?
A little bit, talking about the incident that occurred February 20th of 2025. You
Right,
stated
Bob?
the defendant was July 9th of 2025. Since we are operating under 15-11-560, that's the concurrent and original jurisdiction in Superior Court, the individual charged in this case was the minor at the time. The rules dictate a specific time frame for us. We have 180 days to indict this case, so it goes back to juvenile court. We have 90 days to indict, or a bond is required, same as any other defendant here. Because we are looking at liability state, that's 262 Georgia 704. In that case, the court has given us some guidelines as to what we should be looking at in regards to issuing a bond. In this case, that was codified in 1761 as well. First is that the defendant poses no significant risk of fleeing from the jurisdiction of the court or failing to appear when required. Judge, we've heard from multiple witnesses that flight is a concern for the family. There are considerable assets on the other side of the victim's family. One thing that the court is permitted to consider in regards to flight, and really in all factors, is the seriousness of the offense. Coleman v. State, that's C-O-L-E-M-O-N v. State. That's a 361 Georgia App 901. It's a 2021 case, but it cites all the way back to the mid-70s that it is absolutely acceptable for the court to consider the seriousness of the offense. But we don't just have a murder case here. We don't just have a double homicide.
Outside of the
We have a double
sideburns,
homicide.
Ashley, what's the other issue? Because the sideburns are concerning.
I don't know that cases get more serious than what we are looking at here. That's something that you should consider for each of the 4 items. As pertains to flight, there was testimony that flight is a concern for the victim's family. It's a concern for the state as well. This defendant has moved around quite a bit over the past few years. She has roots here in Carroll County, no doubt. She also has roots in Coweta, she has roots all over the state, and in Alabama. Number 2, defendant poses no significant threat or danger to any person, to the community, or to any property in the community. The family is genuinely afraid. I've met with a significant number of the family already. I'll be meeting with just about everybody else.
Holy shit, Heidi, seriously?
The family is genuinely afraid on the Brock side of the family tree. They are fearful that she will reach out.
Hold on, Heidi said he is the judge that presided over Kristen and Sarah's bio dad when the kids were removed from Kristen's care for child abuse. Okay, is he involved in any of the other cases? Like of when Kristen was trying to get a restraining order against Dawn, or when Jamie was arrested? Oh, he was just family law, now murder. Okay, so he went from family law over here. This is that be an issue. Okay, I'm just curious if he was involved in anything else. Like did he come straight from family court to here, or is there like a little middle ground where he was part of any of the other? I mean, the restraining order could have been part of family court. Critical true crime, you already did this to me. I'm already here. I'm stuck. I'm not going anywhere. That's why I said, you said, thank you for covering it. I'm like, no, thank you for making the comment to look at it, because I can't believe it's not being talked about more. I can't believe this isn't a bigger case on social media. I know it's huge on TikTok. It's a huge TikTok case, but YouTube hasn't really picked it up yet. Lawyer Lee has looked at it. I know that. And then Critical True Crime. I think those are the 2 channels I know. Oh, you know who else is talking about it is Vinnie Politan.
They're fearful for their own safety and the safety of all the other members.
They're worried about the safety of the rest of these family members.
There's no significant risk of committing any felonies pending trial. I don't want to talk about that here in a minute, but I think they're...
Because she's obviously just... This is where I feel like they're going with the fact that she's just a psychopath, and she's just going to go out like on this killing spree and kill all these family members. But yet the prosecutor before was trying to say, like, her whole thing was against her mom and stepdad. Yeah, Vinnie Politan, yeah, he's covered it. He's had a couple episodes on it.
There's some inherent risk in that as well. One of those felonies ties
Thank you,
into
Bob. Yeah, I agree.
She is to lash out violently.
Allie's going to lose her shit.
That would be a felony. Number 4 is the defendant poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. And it was pointed out that there is concern that the defendant would be able to influence, I mean, the term influence instead of intimidate, influence the 6-year-old who is a primary witness to this case. There's significant concern from the state in that regard. There's significant concern from the family members in that regard. We've heard terms like manipulation, lack of integrity, lack of accountability. Those are terms that we heard here in court today. And that is in line with what we've heard about this defendant all along. When we started, you said this is a simple application of the law. That's what we're talking about here. The state has shown that there is...
I asked Heidi in chat too, but when Katie was here earlier, she said that she talked with the defense attorney, and the defense attorney has no, I can't even think of the fucking right word. No plan to not go to trial. Like, according to the defense attorney, January 5th is it. That's what they're doing. Like, the defense attorney's not asking for anything else. They're going to trial January 5th, as of right now.
a significant flight risk. We've heard that from witnesses in regards to that aspect of Ayala. Significant threat or danger to the community, particularly them, risk of intimidating witnesses, and that significant risk of committing any felony. That would include influencing a 6-year-old. That would include reaching out and threatening family members. That may, depending on the circumstances, include flight to another county or another state. We just think that at this point, this defendant is a poor candidate for bond, and bond should be denied.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Judge. I will respond in turn to the state's argument and then go into what it is that we have specifically for Sarah Grace. As it relates to the seriousness of the offense, we agree that the offenses are serious. What's happened here is a tragedy on both sides. And while that is something for the court to consider, it is not one of the IAM factors. We understand that the state has brought the Brock family here to voice their concerns. But what is particularly alarming to me is that they have not considered the Nolan side of the family, which would have been Kristen's family.
Right.
And Kristen's family sits in support of Sarah Grace. And so there are two victims here. While there are victims on the Brock side of the family who voice their concerns for their safety, there are victims of family members who are on the Nolan side of the family who have not voiced that same concern. As a matter of fact, they're here in support of her and willing to have her live with them. The grandfather, who is Kristen's father, Sarah Grace's father, Sarah Grace can live with them. Multiple people have said that Sarah Grace was invited into their home and they're not even family. So they're willing to have her be a part of their household. With that being said.
Okay, so hi, Sniper. So Sniper says, all I want to know is where is the firearm that she allegedly used to commit these homicides? How did she get it out of the house by herself? Well, that's why the police department is stating that it's still an open investigation and they are looking for other suspects, that she didn't act alone. They believe that like her boyfriend or her friends helped her do this because they've looked everywhere in the house. They've looked outside the house. They emptied the pond behind the house. And nobody has mentioned if they even checked for gunshot residue. Did anybody, they think she did it. Did anybody even bother to check her?
As far as the influence or threat of influence,
right,
as the state puts it, of the 6-year-old sibling of Sarah Grace, there are means for the court to avoid that contact. If the child, I don't even know that the child is 6. I think the child may still be 5 and have not yet turned 6. But I don't know this, but there's not a cell phone for a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old. The court could restrict that contact just like the court does in any other case where there is alleged to be some witness where there could be influence. The court could say, I order that there is no contact between Sarah Grace and her younger sibling or any of her siblings for that matter. That can be remedied if that is in fact a concern for the court. What we have shown through our witnesses, Your Honor, is that Sarah Grace does in fact meet the requirements of the statute, in that the court shall be authorized to release a person on bail if they find that they pose no significant risk of fleeing the jurisdiction of the court or failing to appear in court when required, no significant threat or danger to any person in the community or any property, no significant risk of committing any felony pending trial, and no risk of intimidating witnesses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice. As it relates to the financial resources of the family, there has been no testimony as to what those resources are. Just that the Brock family believes that the Nolan family or Kristen's family has these grand resources in some regard that could assist Sarah Grace in being a flight risk. If that were the case, Your Honor, again, I remind the court that the incident took place in February and she had gone to visit the Jensen household in Alabama between that February and July time period. If, for some reason, there was to be this enlightenment that I should run, there was ample opportunity at that time. Caitlin testified that that Sarah Grace had never asked her to hide her or take her to Alabama permanently or anything like that. In addition, there was testimony as well as documents for the court admitted into evidence that Sarah Grace does not have a driver's license and that it would be better if she not drive. And she doesn't have her own personal vehicle or access to a car. And so the flight.
Oh, Bob, you missed the part. If you're going to go back and watch, I probably shouldn't ruin it. But so one of the investigators told her that she should start journaling and writing down all the things that she remembered and how she felt, and just essentially start journaling. And then when they go to arrest, they come for her journals and now are using them as evidence against her. Like, holy shit.
For a 17-year-old at this stage with no driver's license,
not really
no meaningful
okay,
way
no.
to get around in that regard to be the significant flight risk, I think just isn't met. As it relates to a threat or danger to any person in the community, nobody indicated that Sarah Grace was a threat or a danger prior to this incident happening. And what we know is that hindsight is 20/20, and they're looking back on what they believe happened. And we assert Sarah Grace's innocence, and she is presumed to be innocent as she sits before the court. Is that they're looking back saying if she's capable of doing this, then she must be a threat. But that does not muster what is required to be a significant threat or danger. There's no indication that she has access to any firearms. Further, the court could order that she not have access or touch or be around or in the home with any firearms or anything like that. As it relates to a significant risk of committing any felony pending trial, that is typically put into the mix when there is a significant criminal history. Investigator Rogers testified that there was no criminal history before Sarah was arrested for these crimes, and there was no, there was documentation as to the GCIC that was admitted in defense bond exhibit 1. In addition to that, Your Honor, she poses no significant risk of intimidating witnesses or otherwise obstructing the administration of justice, other than Ms. Brock's feeling that she may be an intimidation to the 6-year-old. There's been no evidence, no testimony about there being any type of intimidation that has gone forward from this. Just that they believe she may be manipulative. And I understand that emotions are high, and that's what the Brock family believes. But again, I remind the court that the Brock family is not the only victim's family. There is the Nolan family as well, who do not share those same sentiments. Your Honor, in addition to those IALA factors that are in subsection E1 of the statute, there is subsection E2 of the statute that requires that Your Honor consider the purpose of bail. And we have the purpose of bail is given to us in IALA, which is the purpose of pretrial bond is to prevent punishment before a conviction and to secure appearance in court. There is no indication that Sarah Grace would not be here for any appearances in court. She has several people who are willing to bring her, who testified that they would be in charge of that. And also to prevent the punishment before a conviction. Again, IALA, that the state cited, is very clear that the most fundamental premise of our criminal justice system is that a person ought not be punished for a criminal offense until the state demonstrates guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. IALA goes further to say that unless the right to bail before trial is preserved, the presumption of innocence secured only after centuries of struggle would lose its meaning. So that is the purpose of pretrial bond, is to preserve that presumption of innocence, which Sarah Grace enjoys at this moment. She is cloaked in the presumption of innocence, unless and until the state can prove her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That beyond a reasonable doubt standard is not met at this bond hearing. I know that the state only has the burden of persuasion in this bond, and we have the burden of production. We have met our burden of production, Your Honor. As it relates to her ties to the community, I do want to call the court's attention to Dillon v. Edwards, and that is 275 Georgia 458. It is a Supreme Court decision.
275 Georgia.
258. I have a
Thank you.
copy for the court if I may approach.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And that discusses what is required as to the burden of production on the defense as to ties to the community. In a murder case, the defendant was charged with malice murder. And the court in this case said that there was a failure of the defense to satisfy that initial burden, because the only testimony presented at the bond hearing on the issue of the defendant's ties to the community came from the investigating officer, who only testified that the defendant lived in Athens, and that was it. There was no evidence that the defendant had continuously lived in Athens for any significant period of time and had any significant involvement with family, friends, or institutions in the community. That he had a job history or that he had a reputation for reliability. Here, the defense has presented those things. So we present them in juxtaposition or in a distinguishing way, and that we have produced several witnesses, 6 to be exact, as well as 8 letters of support showing her ties to community through family, friends, also institutions in the community. We have the Catholic Church, the pastor of that church, coming to speak on behalf of Sarah Grace, saying that they would be willing in any way to facilitate her being able to get bond, whether that means staying there, facilitating somewhere for her to stay. Ties to the community for a juvenile is a bit tricky, for lack of a better term. A juvenile has to go where their parents make them go. And I think that is, if there is a concern about Sarah Grace moving around, there being middle school in East Coweta, and then her from 9th grade on going to Central High School, which would be a 4-year period here in Carrollton. That concern should be tempered with her being a juvenile at the time and her having to move wherever parents would have her to be. So that is the demonstration of ties to the community.
Heidi, I totally understood what you said, though. You didn't look like an idiot at all. I got you.
Any risk to the community, I point the court's attention to Creedmoor v. State, and I provided the court as well as a state copy. And that's 327 Georgia Act 368 is the Georgia Court of Appeals case, where they talk about they do an interlocutory review of the denial of pretrial bond for this client, and that there was not testimony regarding their ties to the community, and that there were multiple convictions of that defendant for driving under the influence, and then there was proper evidence of 3 previous convictions for the same thing. I present that in distinction and in juxtaposition to what we have here with Sarah Grace, is that she has absolutely no criminal history and is therefore not a risk to the community and not a risk to reoffend. Again, what has happened here is, in fact, a tragedy, and we are sorry for what has happened, but we assert and...
Okay, so for anybody that's just listening, I'm going to read this comment. So Heidi says the parents' house was raided a few years ago, and the cops had seized stolen motorcycles, large amounts of drugs, and specifically methamphetamines and cocaine. And there's a very good chance that he owed a lot of people money. So he's the one who took the fall for that. So this actually probably answers my question from earlier about her mugshot. So were they both arrested and then he took the deal and then she got to go home? Is that because I couldn't find that she actually was convicted of anything? So, but what you're saying kind of makes me think that he took the blame and she went home, and that's why there's just mugshots. Or is her mugshot having more to do with her being, no, because that was family court stuff with the allegations of child abuse. They had meth heads living in their sheds in their backyard.
Lean upon the presumption of innocence that is required by our justice system. In this case, bond denial is not proper, Your Honor. We have met the Aiello factors. We have met our burden of production through both testimonial and admitted evidence. And I also want to relate to the court that the court not only has whether or not there's a bond amount set for bond, but the court also has other tools in its toolbox and can impose conditions or a combination of conditions.
Sniper, I don't know this. Heidi, do you happen to know this? We haven't, they're not releasing any of that type of information. It's just multiple gunshots per victim is all I know. So Sniper asked, do we know what type caliber firearm was used or just a large amount of meth? Yeah, no issues with being involved with tweakers. I hear they are super calm, well-behaved people. When they were murdered, they found cash in the house and the police took the cash and wouldn't give it to the family. I also heard that there was drug paraphernalia found, but then I'm also hearing that James had medical marijuana. So I don't know if that's the paraphernalia that was found. Like, I don't have those kinds of details yet. So if somebody does, if like Heidi can answer that, or she was, so her mugshot is from the child abuse charges. And his is from the raid on the house with the stolen shit and drugs. Right. And I mean, if it's pot paraphernalia, then it makes sense because yeah, they're smoking with her. They're smoking with Sarah that night. They were addicts at one point, supposedly sober at the time of the crime. But we don't have toxicology to know that that's legit.
In order to make sure that Sarah Grace is not a flight risk or a risk to the community or anything like that. The court can impose conditions such as no social media or phone or phone privileges, ankle monitor, house arrest. The court has all of those tools in its toolbox to ensure that her presence is secured, and also that if she's on house arrest or has a curfew or ankle monitor, that she's not somewhere she can be. Technology is a beautiful thing. And what we have now is a GPS system that can tell you exactly where a person is at all times. And so through the courts, that can be ordered, and there can be those conditions placed on the bond. In addition to that, Your Honor, because of her age, Ms. Patrick is being held in solitary confinement at the jail because the Sheriff's Department is concerned about putting her into general population. Courts have struggled with whether prolonged stays in solitary is constitutional or violative.
Heidi, what kind of drugs or drug paraphernalia? Was it just the weed stuff, or was there meth and shit like that still?
Eighth Amendment, especially in young people. So I just want to present that for the court's consideration as well. Again, I ask this court to protect the presumption of innocence. Based on everything that's been presented here today in court, not just the seriousness of offenses, not just this arbitrary concern that all of a sudden now people may be in danger.
Oh God, yes, she's in solitary, and one of the things they're waiting for discovery purposes is all of her jailhouse calls. Jesus criminy. No, it's 1.25, Brian.
Looking in hindsight, but based on real witnesses and testimony and presented documentation, that Sarah Grace Patrick, he is a candidate for bond. You know, this profession requires that we not only struggle with doing the right thing, which is what society says is right at the moment, but we must also do what is right, and that is the notion of justice. And the just thing, and what is right in this case, will be granting Sarah Grace Patrick pretrial release.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Just very briefly, Judge, to point out a couple just factual issues I want to be clear on the record. Our office, as we do in every case, did reach out to the victim's family on both sides. It is my expectation that I will meet with the Nolan family later on this afternoon, as soon as we are done here in court.
But has even met with her family.
We have a different posture in terms of the guilt of the defendant, but that is something that we do with every single case. So the fact that the line has kind of been drawn in the sand, the state must reach across that line either way, then we would do it even if we weren't statutorily required. I know that there are victims in this case. They are hurting, and we will do everything we can to help them as well. Judge, as pointed out by opposing counsel, ILB state is the case on point, and opposing counsel is correct that their burden generally, to kind of put a very simple, broad brush on it, is that they are to only really offer towards the community ties. They've done that. I don't doubt that she has ties to the community. I don't doubt that the defendant has people who care about her. She has a flight list. We need to specify that they own so much land and that they have different business holdings. We don't. The testimony is clear that they have the assets to send her out of state or even to far away places farther than that if it was necessary. She is a flight list. That is the state's position. She is a flight list. And the other factors that we've talked about, the family is genuinely afraid. We always operate in hindsight in cases like this. No one ever knows that someone is violent until they are violent. That's why the family is scared at this point, because now, in their eyes, the defendant has shown her true self, who she really is. So, of course, they would be fearful now than they would be before. We did hear some testimony regarding disciplinary issues and the fact that this individual has had to attend an alternative school. This was a loving family. This was a caring family. They were working with her to get her into a position where she could have.
You don't always have nobody testified that she had to go to an alternative school. That can also be a choice. It can be a choice that she made to go to an alternative school in order to graduate early. That is a possibility. Nobody said anything about disciplinary actions from the school that forced her to a different school. He did not present that as evidence or testimony at all, but he's just saying it now. Like, there's so many things that they're just like saying. They're just like saying it out loud. Like, I said it, so therefore it's true. Like, no, that's not how it works.
A fruitful life, and we ended up where we ended up. As far as the issues regarding what's going on in the jail, that's an issue for the sheriff's office. I know that they are prioritizing her safety at this point. I don't think it will be forever, but she is in isolation. And as far as all the other factors, Judge, I just think that we apply the law to all of the testimony that we heard here today. She's just not a good candidate for bond at this point. She is a flight risk. There's risk to intimidate witnesses. The state has met its burden as well. We just think that.
Such shit.
All right, thank you.
I graduated a year and a half early, Indiana girl. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's why I'm like, no, that's bullshit.
While I consider this, I do want to say, Ms. Williams, right?
Yes, John.
Well, we don't know from what.
And Mr. Parrish, I believe this is one of your times performing in front of me as well. I commend both of you for being professional, and I look forward to working through this case with both of you.
Stop kissing the lawyer's ass. No, this girl's not a fucking flight risk. There's nothing that shows she's a flight risk. Because her stepdad's family doesn't like her.
All right, to address just a couple of things, Pastor Bonner mentioned that we are the jury, and we are not the jury. My job as a judge is simply to make sure that the law is followed, and that court is done in a fair and just manner. That's my role, to make sure that everyone follows the law and that everyone stays within the rules, and I make sure that that's done. We are not the jury. And as of right now, Ms. Williams did correctly state the law that this is not the trial, and it is not the burden to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt today. That is not where we are. And for those that are here, I don't want y'all to misunderstand and confuse the burdens and think that's where we're at today, because that is not where we are. On a motion for bond, defense has a burden of coming forward initially with evidence to show that the defendant does not pose a significant risk of fleeing, threatening the community, committing another crime, or intimidating a witness. And then it is the state has the burden of persuasion in convincing this court that the defendant is not entitled to pretrial release. The state has the burden of proving by a preponderance of the evidence that the trial court should deny bail or bond. And there's a vast difference in beyond a reasonable doubt in preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence is essentially greater than 50%, or it's just a greater likelihood than the other side. That is vastly different than beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. And I need everyone to understand that. My job is to evaluate the witnesses, weigh their credibility as they testify before me, and apply what the witnesses have said and apply their credibility to the law the best I can. Make sure that I've covered what I needed to and what I've heard from several folks.
We've heard from several folks who mean nothing. Nothing.
With that being said, and listening to the witnesses here, if I weigh these witnesses' testimonies and I weigh what I hear today, I believe those closest, and I say closest in family relationship, expressed that they had vast concerns that she would have the ability to flee, that she would be a danger to the community, that she would be a danger to them, that she would pose a significant risk of intimidating, or actually I think the state steered away from intimidating or influencing and manipulating witnesses.
What?
By finding that, I find the state has met their burden today by preponderance of the evidence. And Ms. Patrick, because of that, I'm bound by the law, and I do not believe that you would be a proper candidate for bond at this time.
Holy shit.
With that being said, here's what I want to tell you. Very recently, the Judicial Council of Georgia recognized our court as being a clearance rate excellence award recipient, which means that we are very up to date on our cases, and we take great pride in moving cases quickly. I do not want anyone to sit in jail unnecessarily. So what I would like to do is go ahead and give you future court dates. And I'll explain this, Ms. Williams, a little bit, because again, I know you're new to be in front of me, but I would like to go ahead and give you some future dates for your case. Obviously, your case has to be indicted first. All right, that's the first process. We know when this case will go in front of the grand jury.
I'll be presenting to the grand jury this afternoon.
All right. If the grand jury chooses to indict you, right, that would be to true bill.
Which they did.
That means the case goes forward. If they choose to no bill it, then we'll cross that bridge. But if they choose to true bill, then your case will go forward. And I'll ask the clerk which would be the next available arraignment that we could place her on? All right, so, and that's not the probation county, correct? All right, so your arraignment, if Truebill, okay, I'm just giving you a plan of action so that you know what's coming up, okay? If they Truebill this case, your arraignment date will be 9/22. On that date, your non-jury will be 11/17. Your calendar call will be 12/16, and I will be prepared to try your case on January 5th. All right?
That's where we're at,
That's
January
incredibly
5th.
fast.
She waived her arraignment.
State and defense. I'm completely aware that y'all may ask for continuance based on those timeframes.
They do,
I'll
it
need
gets
y'all to know
denied.
that formally, but there's a lot of interest in this case from both sides. And defense was right. Justice needs to be done. And no matter what decision was made, someone is going to feel as though justice was not served today. That's just the truth. If I would have granted bond, there would have been a large group that said justice was not done. If I deny bond as I'm doing today, there's going to be a large group that says justice was not done. That I can't avoid. But what I can do is give this young lady speedy justice. And that's my purpose. Again, my role is to make sure the law is followed, and I do the best I can to facilitate that. So I will be ready. If state or defense, if y'all have issues, because I'm fully aware that issues come up with discovery and with cases that are oftentimes are out of either of your control. And for the best interest of the state or for the best interest of your client, you may need to ask for continuance. The state that's in my courtroom quite often, Ms. Williams, they know I'm very reluctant to give continuances. So if y'all need that, I need y'all to file a proper motion. And it's likely we'll have a formal hearing on whatever request for continuances need to be heard, if they're needed to be heard. If not, I'm going to stick with this time frame. Again, she's in custody, so she takes priority on my trial list, as everyone knows. Also, her age. Defense, you brought to my attention that she is in isolation. So again, it's a top priority for me to move this case as quickly as possible. I would say that I would ask the sheriff office to do the best they can to acclimate her with folks, but I know that our sheriff is going to do their very best. And I can't direct them on safety, and their top priority is her safety. Same as mine is to make sure that justice is done the best of my ability. Hers is to keep her safe. And so we'll do that. So those are the dates. Any questions, Ms. Williams or the state, about those dates?
I'm not going to say that.
Ms. Williams?
Not a question, but we're talking about saying I did file my entry in reciprocal discovery on July 11th. And I have not received any discovery. If the state will turn over that discovery as soon as possible, I'll be ready when they come.
Okay. It's my understanding that this office in particular has an open file policy, so I'm assuming that they're going to probably have available to you whatever they have now very quickly. And they know my practice of moving quickly, so I think they'll try to accommodate that as well. Anything else, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the state? All right, that'll be the order of the court. Everybody has their dates. We have a plan of attack moving forward. Hope everyone has a good day. Stay.
All right, there you go. There you have it. So 4 hours in, I think we're going to wrap this one up. Try to come back and do more of a deep dive on some of the surrounding people in this girl's life, because I think we're gonna probably need some answers to what these people were doing, involved in, and what kind of home life she actually had. So, all right, you guys, as always, I know you guys have 1,000 other places you could spend your time, and you choose to spend your time here with me. And I appreciate you guys. And I know it's a new case for most people that were coming in here. So I thank you guys for coming and listening to the information. Those of you that are local and know the family, know Sarah, I thank you guys for being here and giving us the information as we were going along and making sure that, we had the facts as we went through. Like I said, I'll come back sometime this week. I have a Delphi live. I'm hoping with Eve, I have my Michael Vaughn live, but I will be back. It could be tomorrow, it could be Thursday, to do more of a deep dive into the family side. And like I said, the people surrounding this girl and how she ended up in the position she's in. So as always, go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. Thank you guys for being here. And I know Sleuthy's not here, so I will say it on behalf of her. I love you. Bye.
Do you dare to fall?